sirens in my head from the first time that we met. Thought it was a false alarm. Yeah, we started as a spark. Didn't think we'd come this far, but here we are. Oh, I'm dancing in flames. I'm dancing in flames. I ain't scared of the blaze. Don't rescue me. And now I'm burning in your arms, and there's fire in my heart. No, it's not a false alarm. No, it's not a false alarm. But here we are. No, it's not a false alarm. But here we are. I never get my hopes up, 'cause then I'll never get let down. But you were something special. I didn't notice until now. No, it's not a false alarm. No, it's not a false alarm. Baby, I'm too careful. Didn't trust the signs in my head. Don't wanna show that we too scared of the high. And now I'm burning in your arms, and there's fire in my heart. No, it's not a false alarm. I'm dancing in flames. I'm dancing in flames. I ain't scared of the blaze. Don't rescue me. And now I'm burning in your arms, and there's fire in my heart. No, it's not a false alarm. No, it's not a false alarm. But here we are. No, it's not a false alarm. No, it's not a false alarm. Oh, no, it's not a false alarm. Oh, no, it's not a false alarm.
How we doing, team? How we doing? Yeah? Okay, I heard you're doing pretty good. Glad to hear from you. It's Monday. Happy Money Monday. Super buddy, nice to see you back. Chicago Sid Kid. How are you doing, my friend? Alex Vaughn, how we doing? Kilroy, Miss Boss, Sniz, J-Dub, Sam Sneed, Blue Merle, everyone else that's coming over. Love Chip. Real quickly, let's just get right into this, too. I'm glad Deck brought it up, thank gosh. So, it wasn't like I needed him to go on some tangent. He did on a quick little tangent, which I appreciated. But if you do get to something, I've gotten, it's so crazy. It was like 1, then 2, then I'm just laughing. Next thing you know, it's like 27 messages of people saying, hey, there's this fake account and they're DMing me. I don't even know how. I guess people, maybe they're just going to people that follow me. They're going to my follow. I have no idea. Because then it's some people that I know they don't follow me. I'm like, hold on, do you follow me on Instagram? I don't think you do. So I've gotten it on Instagram, DMs. I've gotten text as my point. What's up, Debbie? Kadobo, how we doing? Happy Monday. So real quickly, if you do get a message, and he tried to make it look, and I'll spot the differences between the two. I only have 250, essentially 250 followers. I'm not even the 12, well, I say 12, I forgot what it was. I got to like 15 to 2,000, 1,500 to 2,000 in the last one. And then all of a sudden it happened there. So here's my account. But if you get, of course, always food first. Let me get to the story and how it's like every night us cooking, literally cooking the goods here, and the pack just sleeping. By the way, my dog, we caught this last night. One of these fell on the ground, and so we're like, next thing you know, Darla ate the whole entire Brussels sprout, by the way. Let's get to the heart of the matter here, though. If you get a DM from a guy a guy, I don't know who it is. Could be a group of people that says Josh Smith Trades with an underscore. I'm just Josh Smith Trades. There's no underscore there. It's not me. And here's the main difference besides the fact he tries to make it look just like, adds the same stories as I have. I guarantee he won't add the most recent story that I called him out, because I kind of said, hey, don't follow me, this is the story. So I bet he won't add this one. I wish he would. I wish they were that dumb. It was like, oh shit, we were supposed to do that. Regardless, this is not me. There's no underscore. It's just Josh Smith Trades, just that's it. Here's the main difference and where he messed up. He messed up uploading some pictures. You see the picture of me and my wife right here at the Coldplay concert? Yeah. Well, the idiot he messed up, because we'll go to my account. These are flip-flops. So this one's going to be right over here. It's not right here, the picture with me and my wife at the Coldplay concert. See? He's already messing up. He can't even be me. What are you doing over here, man? You're already messing up your own account. You don't even look like me. Come on. This is the real one. So anyway, if you see that other one with the underscore there, that's not me. He asked same kind of thing for Deck. Hey, how you doing? May ask for money. I don't know. Ask him some questions. Try to get to know him. Get some more information out of him. Try to do that. Because of course, what they do is they come out and block me right away. So it's not like I can ask him questions really. What's up, Rick Smith? How we doing? How we doing, brother? Jesper, nice to see you over here, baby boy. Check out Go Sid Kid. I am seeing that on Discord. A lot of Deckmar trades. Oh, I don't know. That's crazy on Discord. So yeah. Oh, that's why Deck Set needs to happen. Something needs to happen on social media, because we'll break into the plays in a minute. But it's gotten ridiculous. It's honestly gotten to where it's like, how are there? It's endless. Day Trade Professor is the same. I've just seen so many like, hey, these are not me. And then like Day Trade Professor finally got his back deck, his normal Sean Deckmar account. Hopefully he gets it back. He still hasn't yet. I'd never got my original one back. I'm like, I don't know. I doubt I ever will. I'm like, it's ridiculous that there are all the fake ones out there. Those end up staying around because they're all reporting you, and and I've said this before, how Instagram can't do their own due diligence, or any of these social media platforms can't hire at least a certain amount of people, because this is one of their bigger problems that they have to look into. So that's very bad on their part. I mean, you're getting people that are getting scammed, and I know some people are falling for it and losing money. All right, team, let's get back to some plays on hand overall today. So we have some nice movers that kind of moved up and now are moving sideways. You can even from PGY, right? You've seen the same thing from PGY. GovX's really was down into the side. OR, notice this one, OTRK. OTRK was up and now over to the side. So we've had a lot of these that have moved up earlier and now have just kind of moved out flat to the side. You can tell Deck finally kind of wrapped it up there for the morning, and there was not a lot more to go over overall. And what's so fun, if you see this team, so this just happened too, by the way. I have no idea. I don't use bleach that much, so if I just noticed that too, and I looked in the camera. So if anyone notices this right here, I don't know how this happened. I have my nice green shirt. I get out the wash. This on it. This right here. Like I was on some paint or something. I have no idea. It's like, what in the world happened to my shirt? All right. Other plays to look at. For fun, yes, for the rest of the day. HKD, possibly one to keep on watch for some crazy fun movement. I know some of these other ones earlier are having fun. PGY. What was the other one? Vrax was another play. What was the new IPO play that y'all did just bring up as well earlier? Oh, what was the new APGN? So APGN could honestly get going again. Again, they're going to be very sketchy, rangy, spread, big-time plays, right? So sketchy, the spread's big. They range a lot because the spread's big. That's why HKD can run the way it runs. I mean, right now, just sitting dead still, HKD spread's $13. $13. It's $13. Like, that's astronomical. So no, that's a lot of the reason why I can jump so easily. Be careful trading those. If you're looking for something a little bit more down to earth, of course, if you want to, go over to the SPY, go over to AMD, go over, because they had nice moves up earlier. Great. Look at these trend lines. Look how perfect that is. The trend line is like, it's on the dot. Like, it's just, and it's getting tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. So what normally happens, you're either going to squeeze and go for more, or you're waiting for that trend line to crack and go down. So, trade something like, AMD, I know Deck, he's loving NVDA recently. It's, of course, another favorite among traders that like blue chip plays that run with the SPY. It's not ever a bad idea to go over to TQQQ, right? That's going to run, look at that, it almost look like I didn't even move NVDA. And watch this. It doesn't look like they changed charts. It's just the price change. NVDA, watch this. I mean, it's pretty much identical. Or, of course, you want to go the opposite. You're just like, for whatever reason, this fits your eye more. Go to SQQQ. It's, runs inverse and opposite of those. So those are always in play. Then, of course, if you're not looking at that, then run through some of these actual, like, besides, I would say, What are some GovX is a decent moving penny stock play. I would say OTRK is a decent moving penny stock player option. MDIA is another penny stock play, moving with nice, decent volume and actually technically sound. SIGA wasn't so bad today overall. Got a little wicky at first. I noticed that. Then time to move in, a great short opportunity. I missed the first shelf crack up top. Then there was a second one right here that I kept alerting you guys like it was going out of style. There's multiple shelves in there, but this was the last one that I was alerting you guys. And right to 17, it went 2-4 like a magnet. I think Deck even switched over to that. I remember him press and play. I was in sessions again this morning, kind of some makeups from last week. But here we go. Beautiful shelf crack earlier. So SIGA running back to technically sound there. Rad's another pretty decent runner. So a lot of these are kind of lacking out volume, moving to the right. I just would be careful for any of you traders that want to trade a PGY, what's the other, Vrax, an HKD. Be careful trading those. I'll keep Vrax on watch over this 5-day move over 14. If you do remember Friday, the reason why Vrax is so low now, if you do remember Friday, Vrax was on a nice tear up to almost 30. And the next thing you know, it was halting down left and right, all the way down. Literally, as you can tell, Vrax fell from almost $30 to after hours. And I remember coming into chat before when I shut down shop on Friday, like, you got to be kidding me. Vrax dumping down below 5 and back into 4. So nasty, nasty move from Vrax. And usually you'll see that, just so you know, team. You get a nasty dump back fest like that on Friday. I mean, here's a great example. And a lot of it happened on Friday. Was SIGA. SIGA, and it wasn't the best of news. It was kind of really wasn't PR. It was the fact that FDA just comes out and says, hey, there's no vaccine as of right now that helps that's doing anything for monkeypox. So SIGA pretty much take your whatever for now and shove it. And so everyone was like, oh, I don't know why that was. Wasn't like it was like directed toward SIGA really directly, but it's just funny. It just fell off because it had to do with what them dealing with their monkeypox. But look what happened. Look, drastic fall off from being up so high, right? And then what happens? We kind of make our way back up. Not all the way back up, but we will see a nice bounce back, a lot of the time. Almost kind of an immediate. MGAM's another one, that's right. MGAM was another one to be sketched, kind of be careful with moving forward. I mean, unless you're looking to get maybe some, which MGAM could turn into a decent short, still in the end, a lot of the times when these look like they're great shorts, end up lower shadowing on you, coming back up, and faking you out. As you can tell, very wicky. So just be careful with MGAM, another careful play. Be very careful with that one as well. Go back to Vrax, see if we actually get, if any of them out of those top movers that can really run and spike, I would go with Vrax as the top one, honestly. Haven't heard this one in a minute. I know everyone, what is this song? All right, what do we got here, team? What are your thoughts on MAIA? MAIA. This was from Friday, I want to say, too. Someone brought this up, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, because it is a newer IPO. Oh, nice. Good eye there, Sam. Someone brought this up on Friday. Is why I do remember this, because it spiked toward the end of the day as well in the end. So, I, of course, did my afternoon commentary. I remember this on Friday. I remember this on Friday. Nice downtrend break right there. You can tell over had 2 of them. Here's a downtrend, break, downtrend, and a real big nice squeeze and break. I just would say watch this trend line has cracked now. If we get back below, I'd say, and we're pretty much right on it, this 865-ish area, it's going to see a pullback into the lower 8 area, and it needs to hold 8, or it's, again, going to be a good short opportunity, and there's a lot of room to run down. But this trend line crack's been nice so far. Short-sided right now, I'd say watch this down too. If you're looking for a bounce, I'd let this go lower. I mean, if you want to get in right now and risk the biscuit a little bit, you could. I would say wait for this at least to come down 10 more cents to first start getting in. The safer area, in my opinion, is close to 825. Questions, comments, concerns, let me know if you have any. I will get into today's lesson, and I'm gonna do it at some point in time in this stock trading bootcamp. No better time than today, which would be how to trade Supernova. So at some point today during lunch commentary, that will be today's lesson, how to trade Supernovas. Finally get a. Paul, let's see, I'm exhausted with foster puppy, man. I understand that one. A little bit easier, I will say, and not that, of course, you have one puppy compared to having 12 dogs and then getting a puppy, it is a different story. So when we get a puppy now, just because they have the other puppies to correct them, someone to play with, it is a lot different than just having one, like just getting a puppy, or if you even have 1 or 2 dogs. It's like, and of course, having 12 dogs, we're kind of used to it, but it's funny, like, last couple of puppies we had, I'm like, man, it's been so much better. Like, Queenie slept right through the night. There was hardly any night that I can remember ever even waking up. But I remember those first trials and tribulations of when we first, you know, got puppies and dogs. It was like almost like having a kid at first. It's like, oh my God, who's letting her out? I was thinking about Bella. That was one of the last ones I remember us kind of like, because it was the last great, but even Barris, our Great Dane puppy we got last year. Get those other dogs to put them into shape, whip them into shape real quick. And I'm a little different I say trainer, but a little different owner than I was back then. 15 dogs in now. But Paul, I know the pain. Chicago Sid Kid. But I know, congratulations on fostering a pup. And a lot of people foster even do that. If we don't foster, we just adopt. We kind of were going to do that at first. Like, yeah, next thing we just keep them. We get a dog, there's no way it's getting, you know, obviously, it's getting back out of our hands. We're like, nah, that's our dog now. There you go. It's just shibboleth. There you go. I can't even imagine a newborn. Let's watch my mom, which my mom's one of them. Mom's one of them, which my mom literally just texted me. They've definitely have said, I've been told many a times that we are going to be definitely some good parents. Being that we've had all the animals that we have, having 20 animals in the house, definitely can change your patience and your discipline on even just not only your stock trading, but just in other factors of life. There's your pullback so far, as I talked about right there. As you can see, Sam Snead. Just be careful. I see this coming down a little bit more for if they're trying to go for a bounce, and it's this trend line crack that's working out real nicely for MAIA. I'm not seeing anything else to move up too much right now besides this and Vrax. I'll put the trend line in so everyone can see what I'm looking at right there. There's a trend line cracks and shelf cracks thing. Those are some of your best friends. I have to step out 30 minutes. Will you record? Yes. The Chicago Sid Kid 100%. I'll give you the link too. So if you want the link that way, you just have it in your YouTube files as of right now. So a lot of people always want this too, just to watch that later. So there you go. There you go. There you go, Paul. I have 2 kids. Yeah, no kids here. Just the 20 animals. There's no kids yet. We will get there. I want my wife to be able to help out, or else because she's so busy, it would just be me. So it'd be me doing that. Like I said, it would be like the baby would be like right here with the, which makes sense, you know. Adds to the fun, I guess, the funness. Trendline crack working out beautifully. Again, if you're looking to go long, anywhere around 820 around the VWAP up to about 830ish, which it almost hit. I think it hit 8 mid or low, upper 830s. At 838, that's the lowest it hit so far. Vrax on watch it with a 1365 mark team. Over 1365, it does have about another dollar team, a whole dollar to move. So we go from 1365 easily, could get up to 1465. I just now noticed Cure Tip. If y'all do remember this one from last month, this was kind of reminds me of the plays and the funds we had. The funds, like kind of the funds. The fun used to have we had last year and definitely all year in 2020. You'd see this happen a lot, and I've showed you a couple times with Kelly B, but there are multiple tickers that would do this. Now, not this close together. Usually they're a little bit further apart, but it was pretty close to this though for the most part. When Kelly B did it, Kelly B was about the only one that did this close together. Most times they were further apart. But there are multiple tickers in 2020. This is what you'd see. You'd see a spike, craziness a couple days afterward, then die off, then boom, back to here we go again. So I did see this pop up earlier too. This did move in late, but early to mid-June or July team. So just about a little less than a month ago right now. You got a Chicago Sid Kid. It's also recorded, so I always put that link out there too, Chicago Sid Kid. So if you ever look for links later, I can have that link out there too. I have recorded this lesson in the past. Alex, enjoy the day, my friend. Trying to see if it was raining here. We got just went from like the massive heat fest. Rain came through. Now it's not nearly as hot. It's very nice. It's ridiculous how hot it got there for a while. If you're looking for another trade, I'd go for Siga team. This because I do like. Obviously, I've talked about this like a trillion times. I'm sure, like, yes, we know you love some SIGA. There's a nice trend line right here on SIGA, going back to right here, basing it off of this, so you can tell. Come down a little closer. I want to get in there nice and tight, though. We're gonna have to do it this way, right off that lower tip, essentially, as you can tell. So there's your trend line right there on SIGA team. Keep that in on your charts. Also play the top resistance, in my opinion, kind of moving up close to it, getting tight in this bear flag. Being that it's pulls down, flags out to the right, so that's your bear flag. Watch for this crack of the trend line. If you are looking to go long, this over the 1765, 1770 mark, look for a long up to potentially $18. Now, if we get over 18 again in the VWAP today, that's when a lot of traders in the mob are going to go over to Siga. It will definitely start getting more volume in mob. volume really dying out on HKD. It could come in at any time. I'm really, oops, sorry there, Queenie. I'm really wondering, and I say wondering, when exactly this is going to be the dump off fest that we're all expecting. And maybe it stays up, you know, the fact that it's been, 2 days, I would give it, if it's still this way by Friday, it may be a little bit till we just see this dump off, as in it may stay up for a little bit longer and we have a little more fun with it, kind of like we did with GameStop, when GameStop didn't just fully collapse back to, like, say, $100 and below. Right off the bat, remember, we had fun with it for a few days, then it dumped back below, then it came up again. So I could see this with HKD. A lot of the time when these run up, go back to DWAC, go back to a lot of runners, when they run day 1, day 2, you don't get a green candle and continue. I say continuation, but in a way, this is continuation. What the heck? This is nuts, too. Look at this right now. And I know that it's about the current price, but what's the close on? The close on Friday was 425 cents. Right now, we're on, just see how even those are. It looks like the Twin Towers right now. It's kind of creepy looking. But again, team, this did not completely, literally form a Twin Tower and completely come down red. So keep this on high watch through the rest of the week. This could still potentially, if you do like fun. Now, again, the spread's like $20 mostly at all times, especially at this price anymore. It's $15, $20. So just be careful with it, and just letting you know that we could see another round of fun with it. Here in about 20 minutes or so, we will get into the lesson how to trade Supernova. Stock sniping at its best. You have to be a stock sniper for sure if you're going to trade these type movers. Helped out in 2020, being a third at least full year in. Of course, I'd been at it a little longer, but at least that was in my third full year. And most of those moves when they started moving in 2020, it was about 2.5 years of seeing charting for sure, almost 3 years really of all day every day. Since I really started watching charting since I'd say August 2017, like pretty much, not where I'd say on a normal week where I'm not on vacation, I am watching charting. There's not a day I miss it. Every day I'm looking at charting. There's not a day I can't remember that if I wasn't on vacation. Now there may be some, but very few. Now if I'm on vacation, like I said, it's different. But otherwise, there's not a day I can't. So point being, I was a little bit more prepared for them. My mind had seen stocks move. It wasn't like I was a brand new stock trader and didn't know what to do. So I got to put a lot of experience in, break them down, and then that way you guys, when you do see them, now we've now finally got about a week-ish of them so far, when we see them and what to do and how to trade them, essentially. What's up, Estrie? How we doing? Yeah, it's been a while. How you been, baby boy? Been doing good myself. Nothing major going on over here. I think you've seen everything. Anything new recently? Nothing. I was like, you've probably been around since I got Queenie the puppy. Of course, Ava passed. But you've all been, that's been months. The only thing new would be Florida coming up soon. Maybe possibly a Jeep 392 on its way. Well, it is on its way. I'm just waiting to get it any day now. So there's nothing too new. Just trading stocks, had a good weekend. Grilled out, had some steak last night. A little steak and potato. Swole Granny, how you doing, Swoley? Swole Granny is the place to be. Good. I've been doing some options. Yeah, options have been down, which those definitely always making money in options. It just really came to light this year. I think more so in our in Tradecaster for the most part. Everyone noticing in the conditions we've been in, unless you're a really good shorter, options have been where it's been at. Overall, as in a real consistent. If you're good at options and learn them, you can really make a lot of money, especially this year in options. Any year you can make money. Good for you. I want to learn some options by year's end. I'm going to get master in, which I'm getting close to getting, which I'm going to get in during this, stock trading boot camp. Do my Thanos crossover part 2. Then after that, maybe do a part 3 if I need to. I think I may have it summed in part 2. Then after that, I want to do the inverse charting, so I can see, like right now, like especially like this would be a prime play. It's hard for me I see it, but it's hard for me when I trade it, I guess is really the word, for Varax for the breakout. So what I see though would be like this, I see a beautiful shelf forming right here at about 13.15, somewhere right around that area, and know that if we can get below, like see if because I love to short, if we can, essentially break that, where are we going to go down to? Well, the high of day area, I say down to, but up to would be a high of day area. It's some room to run. We break that, we've got all the way up to, we got $1 over the, high of day area to run to 14, 14 plus is the point. And so I want to get into doing this next and prepare myself for breakouts and really even get better at breakouts, like these little small micro ones, not like the super duper HKDs of the world that are gap halt type thing. And then after that, so essentially finish Thanos crossover, which is about to be done. Get into this. When this is over, October-ish is my point. Somewhere in November, get into options. So by year's end, heading into January of next year, I can do options. I can do Thanos crossover, add that within it, everything. Breakouts, dip buys, all kinds of different ways of short. Trendline crack, shelf crack. Shibbo. Where are you headed in Florida? Where are you headed down there? We have a condo. It's called Beach Escape, YMCA, Clubbers of America, Moosehead Lodge, down south by the Point. No, it's called The Pearl. It's on the Var Beach. I'm sure if you're in Florida, Shibble, you probably know where Pensacola for sure, or Destin, where they are located. And maybe you've heard of Navarre Beach or Navarre, but it's on Santa Rosa Island, which is where Pensacola Beach is at. And then that's on one end, essentially, is Pensacola Beach. You go to the very other end of that island is Navarre Beach. In the middle is just paradise, because there's nothing there. They literally have left it unscathed. They'll never put anything. It's all because there's all kinds of like turtles and birds and stuff that nest in there. So it's part of the state wildlife or whatever protection. So they'll never put like buildings there, essentially. So it's really cool that it's just nothing but this little small strip of an island. So yeah, Shibble, Santa Rosa Island, Navarre Beach. We have a condo there. It's called The Pearl. So if you ever want to come down, little 3-bedroom condo at The Pearl. Let's see, Trader L's. Where would you short PT, PC, or PT, CT, PT, CT? Man, these things popping up left and right here, crazy team. All right, Peter, do you see 46? Yes, right here before it cracks, I see the same shelf. Trader L's, I 100% see the same shelf with a lot of profitability zone. That, boom, look at that profitability. Lots of it, so definitely down to the VWAP, possibly even down to this, a whole dollar down to world close to it, around 45.85. 100%. Here we go. Here's the bottom part of it. We were really having the best thing there. Honestly, I noticed Trader L's in a 3-minute time frame. I guarantee in a 1 minute, it's super pretty. Would have been this trend line and the crack of this trend line for the ride down. That's why a lot of the time it's always good to start adding in on those trend line cracks, and then you find the shelf underneath it, the bottom shelf, which it depends on where you want to put it at. Then that's where you add in even more. So I'd say as of right now, it's got the trend line crack. You're waiting for the shelf crack, and then you're dumping down to the VWAP. Ricky, double 2 of my accounts in the previous 30 days. So Rick, I guess you just got over to options is what you're saying? You doubled 2 of my accounts in the previous 30 days. Because I think at the seminar you were still completely doing shares, right? Shares and stocks. Well, obviously stocks is you do options with stocks, but you're doing shares. You weren't doing options, right? BC Man, did you say a shelf on Varax 1315? Let's go back to it. Varax. Just want to put it on the big board for you. Top shelf with resistance. Is that what you mean, baby boy boss? BC Man, is that what you mean? 1315 top shelf. I'd say the bottom shelf was right around 1280, possibly 1265. And we're definitely getting a crack back from that. Watch for a bounce at 1235. If that doesn't dip, you're good for even more of a short. I'd say down possibly to the 12. To the 12. 12 possibly down to 1150 even. You can see these little areas that I'm looking at right here. This $11.95-ish, $12 area, then all the way down to $11.50 after that. This is going to be your first area, though, that's going to hold it up. TBLT, testing the VWAP, TBLT. Yeah, it's going to be, what's the one thing, too, and it's, again, back to what we've seen all year round, team. If we could just have 1 or 2 tickers, it would be much easier to trade these, and these would run a lot harder and more, but we don't just have 1 or 2. We unfortunately have like 5, keep rolling through 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, however many tickers. What's that mean? The mob's just never going to grab one play. A VOP. Does a VOP like the VWAP? A VOP and boot-op. Oh my gosh, don't do it. I don't know why that just got into my head. Oh, we got multiple trend lines going on here, it looks like. So here's the top trend line that just cracked, it looks like, in my opinion. I don't know if you want to say it's cracking. I guess you could go down a little further. You could right there go down a little further right there and say that is testing that trend line. Let's go back and put this guy on right here. Boom. So those would be the two trend lines I have, J-Dubs, as you can see right here. Those are the two trend lines that I have on EVOP. These would be the two I'd have. So the double whammy trend line crack together is what you probably want to look for, J-Dubs. I'm pretty sure you're like primarily a shorter for the most part, and you're asking for a short here. So I would say watch for the trend line crack underneath this shelf. Is going to happen at the same time, which is great at 33.75. You're good back down to 33.70, which I know is only 5 cents, but that's the other you need to worry about. So that's what I'm saying. If these crack together, you are definitely good down to 33.60. If 33.60 cracks, then you're good down to this little shelf, and then possibly all the way down into about, you know, I don't think it's all the way back to the VWAP in one hard, significant pullback. Just red, you know. I think over time it could get there, but that's what I'm saying. Overall, if you got down to 30, 35, even in 30, you know, this 30, I should say 33, 35 or 33, 45 area, you're loving life. But again, wait for the trend line to crack. You know, you're going to have the trend line through 33.75 crack. Then the second trend line crack is going to come at this 33.70 area, which is going to be marvelous. Wait, patience. Now, if you're looking for continuation, maybe you're looking for a long, going long. Once, twice, 3 times. We are above all highs right now. What is that? 30? I don't know if it's coming back down to this area right now. So the area I would look for a bounce would have to be coming off one of these areas, because there's no way we're coming back to charting right now. Best area for a bounce is all the way down to, like, say, 33.25. The first micro decent pullback I see coming would be 30 some. I wouldn't go up here. I'd wait. Well, even though these are micro at first, you're gonna get some kind of red on this. I would come down in between 33.45 to 33.35 for the bounce. Yep, doing great. Switch to all. Oh, just wow, Rick Smith, all options. Who'd you learn options from, Rick? If you don't mind asking, or did you learn it all on yourself? And good, yeah, Rick, yeah, exactly. I'm sure. Yeah, options is more of a. I mean, there are plays, and even what we got when Ashton was on and had the interview with him. You know, options are really meant to be. They're not meant to just get in sell. You know, there are traders that do that. And sometimes stocks, if they especially if you can get you're making money and you're up and you can get out. Great, but a lot of there are traders that do that. They're in, they're out. But for the most part, yes, that's what is option. That is awesome with options, is that you don't have to be essentially glued to your screen. It's more of a swingy type play. You're going to be in it for hours, if not a day or so or longer. Love Chip, what's up? No, did not miss much. Didn't miss much, boss. Just chilling, going over plays. Really not just because it's just one play after the other. There's really not a lot. Gaining the mob, saying, "Oh my gosh, we got this play," or "Oh, it's this play." Nothing like Friday, I will say that. Friday was a lot hotter, a lot busier. Today was decent. Not that we're, again, kind of today held the key for the rest of this week. Today, it's kind of a mixed bag. I'm not saying today it's, oh, wow, we're ready to rock and roll, watch out for the rest of the week. It definitely was it was not that kind of a day. But it also wasn't the day where you're going, well, is this, I think we're done now. This doesn't look like it's going to be popping and rocking and rolling anymore. Curative new high of day, team. So QRTE, I just see this pop up, halted up. It looks like we're about to go into another halt up right now, team. QRTEB is flying up right now. So Curative, again, back to the stock that rolled last month, is rolling again. Right on. Hope you had a good weekend, Josh. Hope the Beamer was perfect. Yeah, it's so funny, Love Chef. You and the Beamer. Like, what about my Jeeps? Huh? What about the 392? That's what I want to get in. But the Jeeps, Beamer's just fine. She took it. Well, she got back on Friday, so we went and picked it up, and then because she got to leave the next day. She had to go. She loves her. Yeah, it's more hers than mine. I mean, I've tuned it up and made it all sweet and sexy for her, but the Beamer, that's more her. It's funny how much she loves that ride, which I'm glad she loves it. She takes care of it. But yes, it looks beautiful. Like I said, they redid that front end. They redid, but they touched up and painted that front end for me, just because there were a couple of scuff marks. But they just, kind of, because just being nice, good old Southern folk, just went ahead and attributed it to the a-hole backing into me. So they just touched it. I mean, it looks like a brand new bumper. I mean, I was like, when I picked it up, I was like, oh, this looks brand new. Like because it's her daily driver. So imagine her driving it to Dallas and back. Imagine on the interstates, all those 18-wheelers. So it's taking a couple of, small little dinks off the front, those small little chips that I have to always refill. And so that's all filled in now, completely painted. So I was like, yes. So definitely nice. Had a good weekend, cooked. Only thing I am annoyed about, which is now it's always something it seems like, but the stupid, which I went little rant, I guess you missed that earlier, Love Chip, was the rant on the social media stuff and how Instagram, all of them, because I guess someone said that they've been getting that decks on Discord. Like already they're fake deck Discords already. I'm like, already? Like, I'm this little low totem pole guy. I mean, that's what I was saying to even me. I just don't get it because I only have like 200 followers. Like it'd be one thing if I had 200,000 followers, or even 20,000 followers. I mean, I know I'm putting out good information, or maybe I say that, I don't, but or whatever you want to say, but it's not like I'm like some big time person that they're gonna just get a massive following right off the bat. Is my point. It's not like they can rely on my name, my liking. It's not like I'm I'm not a real true. I'm a Jeep influencer kind of in a way, but that's about it. But that was crazy because I've gotten so many people to DM me. Like, I mean, it just was out of nowhere. Like, because I guess it was just created 2 days ago. If you go notice, Ike, it's easy to break that stuff down. He did all those posts in one day. I'm like, oh, let's not look like a fake account or anything. And then if you actually click on the stories, you can't, like, I say he, I don't know if it's a he or she, but the same stories I put up. It's kind of freaky. It's like, really? But you can't click on them because I put polls up and you try to click on his and you can't click, or his, but theirs, and you can't click on them. It's just ridiculous. It's just, come on, get your own job in life. Come on. Go make your own career. LTRB, so here we go. So we got LTRB, and so we got the two plays that ran together last. They're running together again. So just be careful trading these, team. I would not touch these. The spread on these are going to be nasty big. I'm not a fan of these. The ones in 2020 ran a little bit better, in my opinion, than these are running. So I just be careful trading these. The spreads on these are probably astronomical. So LTRPB, and we'll keep Curative on watch. They both are halted up. At this point in the game, chasing these, there are however many halts into the game. Just be 100% careful. I mean, 100% team. Curative is above all the highs that it created, last month. Possible runs of 10 at this point. LTRPB. This was run a number of times all the way back to, let's go back to it. I think 2020. And I'm right. So that's what I was like. I thought 2020 was the first time I remember LTRPB going nuts. And see what I was talking about, how it would do it again. See, just like I was talking about with Curative. It's just like a 2020 play. Remember, I was just going over this about 20 minutes ago. It's exactly what I'm talking about. See, look at LTRPB in 2020. Then about a month and a half later, again, more fun. Again in July, again in August, it's like, yeah. And then again, I remember this because this was the other stock that I made a lot of money on last year with Kelly B. Was LTRPB. Right now, it's just the start of this all over again, and just a little sketchy right now. So just be careful with these plays. If it was 2021, would be all over it. The fact that we just started this up again out of nowhere, just be careful with this team. Fun for sure. Just be careful trading these 100%. And you'll see, like, when I go over my my charting, when I show you examples of how to trade these, you're going to see a lot more volume, and the candles are a little bit less sketchy looking than this right here. This is nice continuation, though, from Monday. Now that I did not know that both of these were going at the same time. Let's see. How do you buy on a halt? How do you buy on a halt like money? Debbie, what do you mean? So how do you buy in, like, if it's halted, how do you buy a stock? Well, if that's what you're asking, you can't buy a stock when it's halted. You can put orders in. Some will let you put orders in. So like a market order or a limit order if you want to go in for a bounce play. Some brokerages do not. But you can't actually get filled right now. You can put orders in to get filled and then hopefully get filled after it comes live. But this is, right now it's halted, it's stopped, it's paused essentially. We can't place any trades. Any trade that was, went through after or went, or, you wanted to go in after it halted, it's just going to be sitting there as a pending order. Sweeney, you got that fake DM already too. Yeah, it's weird how he not only created it all at the same day, like as if that didn't make sense. He put all the posts out on the same day. Like, yeah, that's not, like, I can see that from a mile away. And then on top of the fact, for whatever reason, I was like on top of the fact. But then last night, the other thing I noticed, for whatever reason last night, because I've gotten so, I mean, this, you know, it's at least, it's 20 plus people. It's probably, I'm sure obviously I know he messaged more than that, but I've had that many people reach out to me like, you really, you're going to do it all at once? Not just like 2 here, 3 there, 5 here, 2 there. It's like, hey, I'm going to hit up everybody all at once. Yeah, Snizzoff said that too. Yeah, they must not have jobs, and that's why I'm like, if you're gonna choose someone that's gonna maybe bring you some more money, not me. Like, you think I'm gonna bring you some money? Like, if this is your job, you want to, like, you know, back in the day there were, you know, there's always gonna be scammers, right? Of course, back in the day it was identity theft and trying to get people's card numbers and whatever. And now this is kind of the new way to do that and use someone's likeness and just try to get people to say, hey, give me your money, and they give it to you. That's all you got to do is ask and they'll give it. I guess is nuts. But unfortunately, it kind of comes back to people being idiots and just that it wouldn't be a thing if no one gave money away so easily. But yeah, it's very sad to think that that's what their job is. LTRPB is live now, team. LTRPB, let's go back to a 3-year chart real quickly because I do want to see the 1-year one. Let's see here. We were all above all those. I knew it. Ooh, possible resistance, yeah, and it always comes about that $75 mark, so I'd say 75, possibly a move, maybe to 80, but I'd say 75 is going to be its top move as of right now, LTRPB. Not only just back to its past chart history, but that's where a lot of these stocks run before they start seeing like this right here, and then watch for a halt down on LTRPB. Be careful. Underneath this halt down price, or halt up price, I should say if it gets back below 61.60 or 61, whatever it halted up at, 61.50, it's going to halt down. 75, here it comes, team. If you are in, just be careful with this ticker. Oh, you know it, J-Trades. I know the haters are going to hate me. It's just ridiculous how much time Sniz or anyone that, just how much time. That's their job. That's obviously their job, though. You know, their job is to sit around and do that all day long. LTRPB halted up again, team. So halted up again. Let's see here. How much volume did we have on that candle? We had not much. So I'm trying to get the volume here. Not much. So I'm trying to get the volume. It's not showing me. Sorry. About 20,000 shares. Okay, so cool. 20,000 shares traded. So you can just show. I think the float on both of these are ridiculous. Yeah, see QTR. Look at the Cure Tips float. Under 1 million, team. That's why, in my opinion, I don't know why it's listed as high as it is, and I think that's why they're the only one that has it listed, and I think that's wrong. But with HKD and its float showing 18, 19 mil or whatever it is on Yahoo Finance, to me, there's no way that its float is 18, 19 mil and moving how these stocks move in the same kind of share size that these move. I should say share size, but the same kind of volume. So I think HKD's float's under 1 million in my opinion. Jeez, Fayez, are you in a dungeon, Fayez? Holy bananas, man. Where are you at? That's pretty sweet looking, but I'm like, man, that one picture of the whole room, I'm like, there's no windows at all. Like, who has locked you in a room, but luckily has given you some cool stuff to make a cool setup? And, lucky you have a fan in there. They gave you a cool Benjamin rug. I feel like I'm in a The Weeknd, like if you're in a music video with The Weeknd almost, because a lot of his, you know what I mean, the kind of like neon colors he likes to use sometimes. Looks pretty cool, man. I like it, Fayez. Although, again, it does look like someone has locked you in their dungeon, so I'm sorry if that is the case. Let me know where you are. If you think you know, I will come rescue you. The Avengers will assemble. AK, let's see here. I wonder how much, let's see. Funny how they can duplicate everything else but your actual income. Yeah, exactly. You're right, exactly, yeah. That is pretty funny. Idiots. Idiots. LTRPB team. Careful, careful, careful with that. And Cure Tip. Again, Cure Tip still halted, so we're obviously up. And I was going to say, we're about to move in, and it is. You can tell that was a weird unhalt time. I was like, we're over a 10-minute halt with QTR. I thought we were in I think that was just at a 10-minute halt. If I'm not mistaken, I thought we were about to just go over it. So Cure Tip, here you go. QRTEB. Here's your run to 10 team. Over 10, if this gets over 10, you're going to definitely see another halt up and possibly a run overall to about 1150. 10 is going to be his main resistance as of right now. These are looking pretty similar too in their setup as far as today's concerned. If you look at this team, move up, move to the side, move up, move to the side, move up. So LTRPB and QRTEB very similar as far as their movement today, except for now, as you're seeing, LTRPB is halted up. Curative did not go into another halt up right there. So be careful, team. This could see a nice, nasty sell-off, and you know what's going to happen. Won't take much volume in selling for this to come down and get into a halt down. Got a new IPO creeping. All right, I'm going to take, let's see here. I think GovX is, yeah, well, I know that's dead for the day. Let's go into Note real quickly here. So we'll go into NOTE. This reminds me, what was the one on Friday, J-Trades, or when was it last week? You alerted one, and then it started going after that because it was down on the day, then started creeping back up. This reminds me a lot of that one from last week. I forgot what. There's been so many of them now. Was it MGAM? Yeah, it could have been Granny. Oh, MGAM Granny. Because this reminds me of, look, we'll go back team. This reminds me of when MGAM, see, look, this reminds me of MGAM on Thursday, or it was Friday. A little bit at first, then nothing, and then here comes Curative. Then here comes Curative. Now we're looking a lot like LTRPB. Now we're right back to looking like LTRPB. I mean, this is just almost identical right here, team, looking at these two charts. So there we go. Having some fun. Be careful. Go super small share size if you want to trade them. We got a new warehouse, so I made my office all the way in the back. Man, that's awesome, Fayez. So you made your office all the way in the back. I like it. Leave me alone. I'm going to the back. Masilla, what is your opinion on SIGA today? I think a lot like, honestly, in the end, like GovX, I just don't see a lot of movement out of SIGA, honestly, in the end. Now, there is that trend line that I did just put in for you guys when I started it was still morning. But the lunch commentary, it was put in a little bit ago, and we are cracking that now. So if we do not push over the 17.6 area soon, I see this pulling back for sure again, back down to the $17 area. Now, I'm not saying it's going to dump well below 17 today. I just say if this does not push soon and we fail again, it's going to get back down to the $17 area, and it's going to be another good short. And here comes my baby. Here comes my horse. Here comes Kelly B now, team. Rounding down the corner. Here comes Kelly B around the corner. The left. Oh, we got Kelly B. Okay, if Kelly B's halted up, I will trade Kelly B because it just halted up. Let's come on, Kelly B. Give me some love, Kelly B. I want Kelly B to be my baby. I made $23,000 on this stock last year in a 24-hour period. I would much like to do this again. Oh boy, now we're having fun. Will we even get into today's... Well, I will pretty much show you. It'll be how to trade these crazy movers, and I'm going to show you how. You got that Masilla, though, for the most part? That makes sense on SIGA, and it's kind of already failing already. Yep, so LTRPB, so we're halted up here, team. Oh boy, we're going to have some fun today. Wow, this is getting nuts. LTRPB, we are in. That is halted up. LTRPB. Oh, wow. That just went live for like 2 seconds. That was like for like 2 seconds there. Jeez. I just not realized when I went back and actually looked how long LTRPB was live there, team. Did you notice that? LTRPB was live for like a second. Then just went right into another halt up. Oh, this is great. Okay, so Kelly B, team. So we got all kinds of stocks to look at right now. This is nuts. Kelly B is halted up right now, but I don't like the volume. Okay, I'm looking up Kelly B right now. I'm not in love with the volume overall. And Kelly B is actually still live. I thought maybe it was halted, but Kelly B is actually still live. I don't know why this has not moved at all. LTRPB and Curative, team. Oh, I hate that I've missed these moves. It's okay. I'm going to let it go. Hopefully this maybe can feed over into tomorrow and we have a round 2 day of these two stickers because we usually get another round in good taste of fun. You got to get in before we get into these, like the third halt up. Like right now, chasing either one of these tickers, terrible idea. Just terrible idea. You're very, very sketchy. Thanks, that's what I was hoping for all day. You got it. Ascension Curative dip buy. Woo! Man, you better just be careful. You're going to be driving your Ferrari left and right on a 2-lane bridge with traffic coming each way. Got boats on it, got bikes on it. You got pedestrians rolling like oil cans out on the road. It's sketchy out there, and you got to go a minimum of 75 miles an hour. Minimum 75. You go under 75, your car blows up. It's like speed, but even faster. Like, just be careful with the dip buy is my point. So, you know, this halt price up at the 875 mark, I like it the most. I would not think we're going to come all the way back down into this shelf and actually get a dip and bounce off of it. That's your technically sound type of mover. You're going to have to trade this. And again, how I'm going to get into today's lesson is how to trade these movers. How to trade Supernovas. I will show you how. And usually it's not a dip buy. Your main dip buy is you're going to want to see a gap up on Curative QRTEB. And in that gap up, you're going to want to see a quick pullback to the 1094 area. pull it up. Let's maybe get a trade in. All right, let's maybe a little hone in and focus here. Short the gap up instead. No, Ascension, I just would be careful. I just wouldn't go I wouldn't go dip buy is my point. Now, the only way I'd go dip buy, and that's it, would be this right here. I wouldn't go down here for a dip. I would say you want to gap up. So hold on, let me get into my level 2 over here. I don't know if it's going to show because it's already halted. Okay, so we looking like, so it is showing. So it's looking like a, okay, let me go back to see if we have. So we 1110 is what it's showing for curative. LTRPB is showing 89 on the dot. So LTRPB may see, oh wow, no way. LTRPB as of right now is going to see a pretty decent sized gap up. Curative is going to see, oh, Curative may see a decent gap up. So what we're going to do here, team, I'm going to watch this level 2. Here's what we do. We watch the level 2 here. Try to justify where we think this is going to open up at. We know we halted up at 9 after and 13 seconds. So 9 after and 13 seconds is the halt up price. And so we're going to want to come live at, you know, with a nice gap up here on Curative. Put this in over here. Curative. And your play is going to be, get this over a little bit more. So there we go. The $11 area. And so you want to gap up at around, you want to gap up of at least 15, 20 cents above hand, you know, a decent sized gap up. The more not the more, but a decent size the better. You don't want a super small gap up or gapping up beside it. So you want this open at say 11, we'll just call it 11.25, it opens up. Immediately it's going to pull back so fast you won't blink an eye and you're going to get filled because it's going to do this. It's going to go boom and come right back up. And that's what that's your dip buy is off the old halt. Halt strategy there for sure. And then boom, boom, right there. Do you see that right there? Right there? Did you get filled? Anyone just get filled? Anyone just get filled? I just got filled and I'm out. I just got filled and I'm out. I just went small just to test it out. Did you just get filled? Look at this. Oh, my heart just like, it's like sinks. I haven't done one of those trades in forever. So right here, team, look at this. Look at the low. The low is 11.02. Look at this. Look, perfect little price right there. That's what you're looking for right there. In and out. Do you see that, Ascension? Anyone else? How to trade these? This is where you put your order in at. Whoop, whoop, boom, right back up. Do you see that, team? That's what you're looking. So LTRPB, we'll watch for the same thing here. I'm not going to trade LTRPB. That was fun enough as it was, as we're now running, but it's going to be the same thing for LTRPB. So let's go over here and put LTRPB on watch. We see a $90 open. We're going to put an order in somewhere above the halt up price. So the halt up price halted up at, we'll just call it 83. You seriously just can't leave anyone alone. 83. Where are we at? We're not open yet. Okay, so if we, so like, hold on a sec here. We're not open yet, are we? So we're looking to put your price in would be somewhere around the 83 to 83.50 mark. This is a bigger mover. You don't want to put it right at 83. You want to put it somewhere around like 83.50, 83.25, something like that. Wow, that was beautiful. I cannot see that. This is a prime example right here, team, of what we're talking about of getting that my halt strategy. This is, we looked at, I mean, you have to have a level 2, honestly, in the end to actually read to see where the gap up's going to be. But that's what you're looking for. Read the gap up. Get good at reading gap ups. Trust it. Put your order in. Get filled. As soon as it moves up in a new high of day, eclipse, because it's going to roll over to a new high of day. And as soon as it does, get out. Especially at this high up, you know, because you don't know at any moment all of that selling pressure comes in, and it's going to get a halt down. HKD still not done. I probably would not be surprised about that either. HKD definitely not going to give up today as well. I kind of took that off watch for a minute just to keep the others on watch. Curative and LTRPB. And put Kelly B on watch as well, just in case that does somehow start taking off. Kelly B is probably not going to, though, but it's getting a little of that sympathy play from Curative and LTRPB. Look at this, Curative, new high of day team. Does everyone see that, though, now? Do you see how beautiful that is? Anyone in chat from Fias, Sweeney, Masilla, J-Trade, Siga, y'all are alerting Siga, I should say, but Sniz, Weissling, or anyone that was up here before. Do y'all see what I'm looking at there? I want you guys to be able to use this. Love Chip, Miss Boss, Super Buddy, you're in chat. I forgot I'd love to see you in chat. Anyone else? All love seeing all you guys in chat. Geek Bomb. Anyone that's in chat. Blue or Merlossi. Anyone that's in chat. Right here. That's what we're looking at. This is money in the bank, and now we're halted up, right? We're halted up. Yeah, we're halted up. Cure tip, boom, halted up. 16 after in 55 seconds. If it's a 5-minute halt, it will come live at 21 after in 55 seconds. All from this right here. I alerted it right there. Ascension. Right there was that not your dip buy? Ascension especially. Was that not your BEA? You wanted a dip buy. This is your dip. You know, if you want to trade for a dip, it's not coming down here. You know, it's not usually what you're gonna want. You're gonna get in on this little micro pullback for the new move up. Melissa, yes, Melissa Pike. I know Melissa coming over. It made me feel good. I was actually in and out of the office, and when's AK gonna go live? I was like, oh, thanks, Melissa, appreciate that. Usually just wait till deck's done. If he's chatting it up. Shibble, I saw you tell me you were over here earlier. But yes, awesome, cool, and glad you guys see it. That is money. 2020, that made me probably in the end of the year, and I just started that probably halfway about this time in 2020, a little bit earlier. Ascension, it's okay, boss. That's why we put the order. That's why I put my order in ahead of time. That's what I was doing over here. And I was like, okay, cool. I want to trade this. You know, I'll get a trade in with you guys. I just went in 100 shares. I put the order in because the first thing I want to do is come over here and see the gap up. And even same right now, you're looking real good for LTRPB. Gap up still looking to be about, and that's what makes a little more sense about to the $85 mark. You're going to want to put, especially now that Cure Tip's still rocking and rolling, that's a really good sign. You're going to put your order in at 83-ish to 83.50 on LTRPB. I'm waiting for this to go live, and then we can, then confirm how awesome the halt strategy is. But it was in 2020, point being, I'd say it ended up making probably close to a third, if not 2/5 of my, not half of it, but it is close to, let's say a third to 2/5 of my profit in the end of the year came from doing the halt strategy team. I ended up making well, again, helped that we had so many crazy supernovas, so you could just expect that and what to trade. But that halt strategy made just me a lot of money. It made a lot of money from just ridiculous amounts. Ascension 100%. Oh yeah, Siga, Shiba. What I tell this? Someone just went over this too. Who asked about Siga just a little bit ago? Masilla, was I right about this or not? That's what you've been waiting for, right? The trend line cracked. I'm saying if this does not push up soon, we are going to get what, team? Whamacitos. That was beautiful. Aha, it's the LTRPB. That's fine. And that right there is why we want the gap up. So LTRPB, see how we want LTR. I'm saying it right. We didn't get the gap up. So that's why that's what, right there. Boom. You wouldn't even gotten, that's what the whole point of trying to get the dip buys. You want the gap up to the dip, right? And so now you're halted down. I guess I'm gonna call it right now. Ascension. Anyone else that's trading, don't trade these anymore. Guarantee you out of the halt. CureTib is gonna do the same exact thing. So CureTib, the same exact thing. I'm gonna call it right now. CureTib is gonna see a nasty. It's gonna be. Here's your sell-off. So you're just asking about it, Masilla. Watch this. Do the same thing. CureTib has right now showing the same thing. Finally, that sucked that it was messed up there on LTRPB, was not really showing you accurately. This, I guarantee you, is going to be accurate. We're going to open up right beside it, just like we just did with LTRPB, and this is going to flood the gates right down into a halt down. Let's see. Again, we halted up at 16 after and 55 seconds, so it means the 5-minute halt, we're going to come live in just over a minute. Ascension, because I mean you can short. I just figured the shorts are astronomically expensive right now, or it's on SSR. They might be available. Oh, J Trades, yo, big time, yeah. J Trades, man, GameStop, yeah, that was, boy. See, now that we've seen that, it's like when we see HKD. I mean, some people may see HKD and be like, oh my gosh. I mean, I'm like, yeah, I've seen this before. Oh, Kelly B. Yeah, guarantee. I'm going to call it right now. Guarantee this is going to halt down. Look at Kelly B. This was the other one that I was going to look for to see if it goes to first. Gosh, dang it. Kelly first, then the B. Look at Kelly B. Nasty sell-off. So I'm going to call it right now. CureTip team will see a open up right beside it, and this is going to flush straight into a halt down. Nice short so far. Here you go, Siga shorters. I had a feeling this was going to dump on off. There you go. So Siga shorters, beautiful. Masilla, there you go. Anyone else interested? That was a great short to be had right there. CureTip, watching for this to open up straight beside it and flush straight down. If it does, Kelly B, bounce, not safe. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't go Kelly B for a bounce. The only one I'd go for a bounce is LTRPB or CureTip. LTRPB, I would go down. Here we go. It just saw straight to a gap down. I don't even know if this opened up beside it. Look at this team. Oh, it did. So it did open up at 1350. There you go. Opened up at 1357, and straight on down we go into a halt down. Yay, can I have my money Vegas now? I was like, I knew this was going to happen. All right. Watch these for a little bit longer here to see if we get any more action out of them. Then I want to get into today's lesson, which is perfect, hand in hand about these. Again, thank you, Weislinger, for coming over and alerting LTRPB, because now we got to watch both of those run up. So again, thank you for alerting that. This was our lunch hour fun. Leads perfectly into today's lesson as well with how to trade Supernova. So I'll get into that in just a few minutes. I'll let these go live one more time to see if we get any more momentum and movement out of it. If not, we'll get straight into the lesson. Any questions you guys have, let me know. I am here to answer anything that you need. Let's see here, Ascension. I kind of feel like gambling on a cure tip short. Well, I would have said Ascension right there would have been your time to get in. You know, right there, because I was calling for that short to happen. Get in before that halt down, because you're going to see a gap down right now, most likely. And could see a bounce out. You're going to see probably some more shorting, but I could easily see this somehow holding up, you know, around this $10, $11-ish area and pushing right back. Hey, maybe making a new high of day. I'm not lying, honestly. So a lot of it's going to come back to LTRPB, especially because it should come live first. If LTRPB sees another halt down, that needs to be neat. Like I just if I was in Vegas and a prop vet saying, hey, I bet cure tip goes into a halt, opens up beside it, goes to a halt down. LTRPB gaps down, flies into another halt down, you're gonna 99.97% chance that's gonna happen on cure tip as well. So if you see LTRB do that first and it's in a halt down and a next halt down is my point, and this still hasn't opened up yet, get ready, because this is gonna be another halt down. MDIA hit new high of day here. So here's MDIA, the little slow and steady move that I was talking about earlier. If there's stocks you want to look at, I did go over those. It looks like ORTIC, OTRK, is not going to be it. In the end, I would say your best mover in the penny stock world today is going to be MDIA. The other one that was moving pretty decently earlier was not Note. That's an IPO. Definitely keep your eye on Note, though, team. Thank you, J Trades. Rad. Rad was another pretty decent mover up earlier. I did notice Rad. What else do we got here? I don't think there's anything else. GovX is a little too slow for me. They're all a little slow today. They just don't have a lot of volume overall now toward the back end of the day, especially with all these spiky, halty plays. That's where a lot of people are going to move over to in the end. There's a Queenie down here, so if you ever see me it looks like I'm messing around down here, it's because Queenie she still got that puppy attitude. Nah, it's not that she just kind of just is goofy. She just is leaning on my leg here and always kind of wanting to play. MDIA, though, top stock to watch in penny stock world for your consistent, technically sound mover that I'm always talking about that you guys need to be looking for. Right here, almost perfectly, you can see kind of your midline of what we need to hold if we're going to get A, looking for a bounce, and then B, if we're going to hold up today, it's going to be this marker right here at about 320. Let's go back to cure tip team, because I do want to see this open up. After LTRPB, of course, LTRB, what time did it halt down at? Thought I had it up on the chart somewhere. I guess I do not. I know it halted down at 19 after. Of course, I don't have the link up anymore either. I can't find the link. But I know it was at 19 after, so we already passed a... I should say 15 after. I don't know why I was saying 19 after, because that was in, I guess, the time frame that I'm in here. And how long it's been halted down. Come on, LTRPB. Because I was in a 5-minute time frame. That might help there, AK. You might want to put that in the 1-minute time frame. So it halted down at 19 after. I just don't know the seconds there. So it halted at 12:19. So we are past a 5-minute halt. We're moving into a 10-minute halt, which would be sometime at 19 after. Watch for it to come live. Again, if you're looking for a dip buy, Queenie. Is that like Queenie? Seriously, is that Queenie? Is that like fun to you? Come here. You're being a very bad girl. I have to say your name twice. She will just sit there and go stand over Rue. And it's like she's sniffing her. It's like I'm sure is. You're just doing it to mess with her. But she just stands over Rue, and Rue's growling at her. And I'm like, what? Do you get enjoyment of just standing over these dogs and annoying them? Like, yeah, well, if you're not going to play with me, I'm going to annoy the hell out of you. LTRPB, though, if you're looking for a bounce, I would come down to this $50-ish area. I would definitely come down close to the VWAP. You can see some consolidation there. There's a halt up price right at $50.05. That's where I look for a nice dramatic pullback for a dip back up. And if you're wanting to go for these micro pullbacks after a halt down, be very, very careful trying to squeeze in a dip buy in any of these areas. Again, top stock to watch by far, MDIA. Finally getting this nice squeeze here, team. MDIA with a little over about a 60-cent pop here. Squeezing out of this little bit of a downtrend. You can see this perfect downtrend on watch right there. You can see the downtrend. Out of the downtrend, now we squeeze in pop. Of course, that's the one thing I do like about trade ideas, is that it puts a lot of this in for you already, so you can see real prime resistance already marked in, which would be around the 430-ish area. Look for some resistance on MDIA. As far as I'm concerned right now, we'll see if this adjusts anymore, but Curative could see a pretty good size gap down. I don't know. These are, because these are such volatile movers. These sometimes will, again, your normal halt up down movers aren't like this. Aren't this volatile. Aren't, the gap, type plays like this is. Gap up, gap down. This is showing a gap down to 47.80. Now, again, maybe if LTRPB is halted for 30+ minutes, we'll see that. I just don't see LTRPB, after a 10-minute halt, which we're going to be watching this to become live first, gapping down, that far, $25+ from where it's at. Team, any questions though? Comments, concerns, anything you have? I will get the lesson in today. Don't you worry about that. If you have anything you want me to go over, let me know now. I am going to get into the lesson after these come live. Come on, go live already. Ascension 5, what's the next gap down on Curative? I don't know for sure. I mean, this says $11. I don't think it's going to gap all the way down to 11. I think this does, again, see another halt down most likely. It depends, again, it goes back to LTRPB and what it does at first. So we're watching LTRB to go live first, and if it opens up, where is it going to go to from there? Let me get into a 1-minute time frame so we can see this a little better. So I'm imagining that LTRPB is going to go live sometime relatively soon. So I'm going to go back over to the time and sales here so we can see it. I would say, though, we are going to see a pretty decent-sized gap down. Now, the gap ups, were 50 cents or so, the bigger one. So I could see a 50-cent gap down into at least around 11.5. I don't think it gets all the way down to that $11 area that it's saying. What's up, Jay Trades? And no, got the news. Okay, cool. I had the news. Yeah. Okay, cool. Thanks. Yeah. That's definitely on watch for me. That's a nice little noted Jay Trades. We are now past the 10-minute halt on LTRPB, team. Ooh, not good. Ooh, it's not good. All the other ones, okay, there was a 15-minute halt up and a pretty big size gap up from LTRPB from 42 after to 57 after in the last hour. So there was one 15-minute halt. If it does not go over 15 minutes, I guarantee you this goes into a 30-minute halt and we do see this nasty gap down. And it's a nasty, nasty gap down. All right, well, I'm gonna dive into this lesson sometime soon, so I'm waiting for these to come live. I'll give them 15 minutes. Of course, we'll give Curativ's about to go and get into it. See if a 10-minute halt. Of course, about a little over a minute from right now. QRTEB. So Curative team, keep that on watch as well. So 19 after and 48 seconds for LTRPB. Curative was 22 after and 9 seconds. So Curative, we have about a minute from right now. Curative, watch for about a minute from right now to go live. Go back over to QRTEB. Sean, we're all in the house. Man Bun. We'll just call you Man Bun. Why don't you just change your name to Man Bun in chat? That would be cool, Sean Whirl. Man Bun. The Man Bun Trader. Man Bun Trader. Trader Man Bun. Geez, so I just now noticed this too, team. Kelly B. And all in the time of these being halted down, because remember this halted down too at 20 after. This came live actually at 25 after. Shot straight up, then straight back down. It's halted down again. Well, yeah, I'm telling you right now, I have a good feeling that Curative and LTRPB are going to both see some pretty nice gap downs and then move into another halt down. Oh, and we are live. So we did get that gap down pretty far, significantly. For Curative, so it did come down that far. So see how it was all over right there. Ascension. Do you see how it said the gap down was going to come at $11 plus? 11, I say 11 plus, but around $11, and it was. The gap down, look, you can see. And then I was right. I guarantee. I had a feeling it was going to gap down, pretty good size, move into another halt down. And halted. Halted down at 32 after and 35 seconds. LTRPB, guarantee it's going to do the same exact thing. I would now say, out in Vegas, prop vet, watch for LTRPB to do the same thing, and if it does, we're moving into the lesson team. LTRPB, again, let's go back to it. It halted up, or I should say down at 19 after and 48 seconds. So we will be watching this one here to come live in just about 2 minutes from now. Man, Sean Worrell. Manbun 47. I don't know why I have to go to that accent for man bun. I just don't even know why. So sorry if anyone's offended. Ascension. No, man, it's just watching these over and over and over again. That's all that is. You know, just seeing these happen. It just feels like 2020 all over again here for the most part. So it's just, I just remember this like it was yesterday. Definitely got a lot of it last year though too as well. Got a lot of it last year as well. You have to remember, and again, it truly comes back to memory in this field, team. If you want to do this for a living, you've got to remember things. You've got to remember what you did right, what you did wrong, how stocks move, how they're not going to move, what to expect, what not to expect. If you can't do that, it's going to be a very tough, long road for sure. It takes time. I'm saying you got to get there now. Rex Kwando says if you don't get there by the end of this 30-day session, but by the way, today's payment, where is it? It's $39.99. Anyway. No, you know, it's going to take time. Some people it's going to take 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, you know, could take you 24 months. SPY now back under 410. It had that pretty strong move up. You know, the SPY had the very strong move up. I didn't realize until, of course, even to today, and really, like, kind of looking back to the SPY, where the SPY moved to. I was like, geez, we are pretty close to that 420 mark, or got close to it. That was pretty nice. I didn't realize how far the SPY moved. SIGA shorters, SIGA, bada boom, bada bing. Hopefully you guys did that. Masilla, I know you were looking and asking about SIGA. Yeah, there's your short. The trend line crack, looking good now, back under 17. Lock up some profit if you get anywhere close to 16.8. Curative gonna gap down again. Yeah, I think this time that's gonna be the end of the fun for the shorts. It goes down. It always usually when on these they go down faster than they go up. I would say that, and now we're getting back to it. So if you are looking for another short, or point being more of a bounce, it's gonna come after. In my opinion, you're gonna get it after this. So of course, you know it's SSR already over here, which I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, I would say this comes down to probably this 875 area, and that's when we're gonna get the bounce back up. Could even see a halt up. A lot of it, I think, it's going to have back if LTRPB does not go live, and this goes live again. Now we're truly all on our own, you know, and so it could get not only gap down, but then run into another halt down because we don't have LTRPB to say, oh, what are we going to do next? What's going to happen here? Because this is the kind of the front runner and leader of what's going to happen. We are now past the 15-minute halt on LTRPB. I said if that happened, that's not a good sign. We're probably just going back to LTRPB. With this price that keeps showing, I'm going to call it right now since we're 15 minutes away. This thing opens up, LTRPB opens up at, say, 49 after, wherever you're at in this fine world. It's going to open up at 49 after or 54 after. And you're going to see a gap down to around $43. You're going to see one of these almost 50% retracement type moves. You know, you go from, you know, say you've moved 70, whatever. You know, you go from 10 or whatever, gone from dip. You get my point. You just kind of do halfway ground and go, what would be halfway overall of this move today? And it's going to be somewhere around there, you know. So if you've gone from 20 to 40, well, halfway's around like 40-ish or so. if I'm do the math correctly, and actually if it's 50, I think 20, if you go 20, I should say 20 to 80. Somewhere halfway through is around like 50, if I'm not mistaken, right? That's the halfway ground. And so that's what you're going to see a lot of the time. You're going to go all the way up. You're going to get halted down in that first halt down. Sometimes I saw this in winds. I saw this with a couple different tickers. You will stay halted for 30 plus minutes, and when you stay halted for 30 plus minutes, you do this big 50% type retracement where, you know, you've gone from say 20 to 80 today. You find a halfway area in there, and that's where you open. I mean, it's a nasty, nasty gap down. And I guarantee you right now, this is going to open up in 15. Well, you know what I mean, either 49 after or 54 after, and it's going to be a gap down below 50. I'm gonna call it right now. Now let's get into the lesson. Let's get into this, team. All right, how to trade these, what to be looking for, what to expect on the Supernova type trades. You have to be a stock sniper. You have to be a sniper, team. If you're not a sniper, you're going to get sniped for sure. So, my halt strategy. I've talked about this for a couple of years now. It's been a while since I've really gone over it because why? There's not been a lot of stocks halting, so there's no reason to go over the strategy at all. But the strategy is you find a halt up price. Okay, it halted up. Got it. Cool. 11.22 is the halt up price. What you want is a gap up and a nice move up and a pullback to this area. So whether you get it all at once, it gaps up like we just got, like I got what? With CureTub 20 minutes ago now, however long ago that was now, because it's been halted for forever. But just like I got with CureTub, you know, expect the same thing. Keep these over here so I can keep them on watch. CureTub now open. So CureTub, there we go. And it actually didn't come all the way down. You get my point there. That's what I was saying. I would not be surprised if we see a bounce there. And we are bouncing up a little bit. And again, we could run into another halt up. But Carve, what you're looking for in Carve, like we saw earlier with CureTib, you want to get in on the way up, but not that high. You want to be in on halt number 2. You know, I was in on halt number, what was it? I think 3 in the end. There's 1, there's 2. Yeah, it was the last one. It was the third halt. And I was like, you know what? Because the only reason I did it was because everything was still so hot. And so I took a look around, and you can do the same thing and go, well, LTRPB just went up for another halt up. Kelly B's now spiking out of nowhere and halting up or going for a ride up earlier. You probably know that, hey, your stock you're looking at, CureTub, is probably going to go for another round. And so that's always a good indicator to kind of look around and make sure everything else is spiking and halting up if if it's one of those sympathy type plays. And if it is, or whether it has news, of course, or if it's just like this and it has news and it's like, I don't know if Carve ever, I don't think this had news actually. But even if it has news or it does not have news, the main thing you're only ever worried on is the mob over here, and is it staying over here, and is it hot elsewhere? So if it's the only mover, you're really going to probably love it because you know no one else is going to look at anything else. It's all here. You're the play. You're also going to love it if you do have sympathy plays, because I remember Carve, this was of course during Juneteenth, so there were sympathy plays. So everything else is spikes. Say everything else, but 2 or 3 other spikes are going with it and going halt. They're going hard. They're halting up. They're spiking. That is a very good sign that you know that now your play is halted up. That's great. What am I going to look for? A gap up, and my entry area is going to be where we halted up at. And so, Queenie, seriously, I'm trying to do this. Could you just lay down, Queenie, please? Cancel. Thank you. Beerus, lay down, boo-boo pants. Beerus, go lay down. Or Groot, come here and lay down. Come on. Groot, come here. Lay down. Groot, come on. Lay. Sit. Lay down. Lay down. Thank you, mister. Halt up price. Every time. Every time if it's underneath halt number 3. Only time you do it over halt number 3 and go for that bounce play, essentially in the halt strategy, going and putting your order in where it halted up at and just above it, 2, 3, 4, 5 cents above it, is if we know 2 things. If it's above halt number 3, or if it is above halt number 3, everything else has to be going. That is the only way, like I did a second ago, the only way I would put an order in above halt number 3 for that bounce play of where it halted up at is exactly that, is if everything else is going. Otherwise, and I'll show you so many examples, right off of it up. All right? So here's more plays. This halted up at 8.48 and at 10.12. Look where the pullbacks came to. 8.50, almost on the dot, 8 or 10.14. It's crazy, and you'll always see this if it's, and it ends up being, I think, 2 cents again here. I think it did it again at the top. Oh, I didn't show that one. That was in another one. I think it's in my halt strategy actual lesson. It did it again here at the top. Even at the top, at the third halt up. 1 halt, 2 halt, 3rd halt. What am I saying? Don't chase it. Be careful. Unless everything else is moving, you still end up getting it right here. Petey, God bless you guys. I'm doing a lesson. Come here and lay down. Can we please lay down? Why do y'all always do this when I'm actually talking and not talking about cars or dogs? Go lay down. Go lay down. No, PD, that's not your bed. And then you just, PD, why do you do this? Guys, so rude. You're lucky I'm working right now. You'd be going to bed. I swear I have kids. But again, it's always the halt number 1, halt number 2. You're loving your life, waiting for a gap up. As soon as you get the gap up, if you want to wait for the gap up, if you can't read the level 2, or you don't have a level 2 that actually reads the halt up price, and you don't know where it's going to halt, if it is going to gap up, or halt, or I should always say halt up, but gap up. You don't know if it's going to gap up, and you're going, I just don't know. You wait for it to open. You still have enough time. If you're quick like me, you can right click, like on Thinkorswim. I can show you. You can come over here. You can say, well, I knew this was going to probably go into a halt up. So like say right here, like right now, you're waiting for a gap up. You can wait for this to gap up if you want to play this halt play. Now again, imagine now sketchy biscuits. This is risky biscuits time. This is definitely just imagine earlier though. We're on the first or the second halt up. So we're on the first or the second halt up. Imagine this just being the first halt up of the day. We haven't halted yet. This is the first one. And everything's going crazy. This is finally going crazy now. You can sit here and wait for it to gap up. Like, okay, I want to wait for a gap up. I don't know. I don't trust it yet. You're just going to right click. Buy custom with the stop. And as soon as you see that open up, I mean, you can do it further over so you can see. You can do it right here so you're not covering the chart up. Boom. Buy custom with the stop. Soon as it opens up and you see a gap up, boom, in, triggered. And it's just sitting there waiting to get filled. If you trust your level 2 and you read your level 2 like me and you start being able to read it and read it and read it and read it and read it, the main thing we're looking for is looking for that level 2 to read a gap up. And if so, you can just come in here and right click and have that order in already. If you don't trust it or you don't have a level 2 to trust, just wait for the gap up. You can sit here and if you want to market order in, you can. I did market order in at first when I first started doing this, and I just started waiting, started doing limit orders like I always do on dip buys. And so a lot of the time I'm reading the level 2 and I trust it, just like I did a little bit ago with CureTib. If I don't trust it, I kind of want to wait and hesitate. I don't know, if it's going to be it or not. I find the area. It's halted up at 12:30. I'm going to go to about 12:34, whatever I like, and go right click, buy with, so it's sitting there. As soon as I see it open up with a gap up, all I've got to do is click that once. Boom, the limit order immediately is in there, waiting to get filled. And that's all you've got to do. That is exactly what I'm doing every single time. And so if you want to know, where's your stop loss? Just 10, 15 cents below that. Don't give it a ton of room. Close and open candles. Don't give it a lower shadow. Got a lot of people that get those lower shadows on them and they get faked out. And then they got out and then it goes flying back up on them. Like close and open, candle confirmation. Got to use candlestick confirmation. Because a lot of the time on a lot of these too, if you go back down, some of these you can have maybe like this one, which I'll give you this one. Ahead of the time, you're already thinking, like say if I want the 11.20 dip buy off the old halt up, I want $12 where it halted down at. That's my first target. Anything above is great. So I'll just say 80 cents is your target. Well, 80 cents is your target. Don't give it more than 40 freaking cents. Say right here, you want to go in for the 10-12 bounce play for the halt up, and you put the order in, boom, you're waiting to get filled. Your stop loss, to me, in my opinion, needs to be no lower than around this $10-ish area. If you want to go with that lower shadow, that is the end-all, be-all, in my opinion. If it gets below that lower shadow, what do you think is going to happen? It's going to probably dump hard and even further, right? And so find your areas beforehand. If you want to go for, okay, it's halted up at 10-12, stop loss is here, my target is, and always is for me usually, when this opens, when you see a gap up, that is now the new high of day, right? So when this gapped up and it was the new, and I'll go back to your CureTib. Here's a good example. Go back to CureTib right here. Good example on CureTib, right? Go back to this. Where we go here? Here we go. CureTib. Soon as you're filled, so this opens up right here, right? This opened at, what was the price? $11.52. As soon as this opens up and then flies down and you get filled right here as we did, perfect fill area, we got filled. As soon as this turns green again and turns in, so essentially it's hitting new high of day. It's eclipsing what it just opened. You even heard me. I'm starting to scale out. It is a scalpy play. Now, if you want to start holding over on, you like to move up, you see everything else is still moving up, or maybe it's just because it is halt number 1 you're catching or halt number 2, so there's room to move into more halts up because it's only halt number 1 or maybe 2, so you're waiting to move into halt number 3. Did LTRPB just do what I said it was going to do? Ho-ho! But it wasn't a 30-minute halt. So we were close. We were close there. We were close on that one with LTRPB. But that's what we're looking for, right? And so, same thing. Have your areas determined ahead of time. Not just, okay, I know the halt price, okay, and I'm going to get in. Go, I see 10-12 as an entry price. Well, again, put your order about always 2 to 3, 4 cents above it. So, 10-15 for a fill. So it halted up at 10-12. So put your order at least around 10-15 to 10-20. And then whatever the open price is from the gap up, as soon as it eclipses that and runs into you are now a green candle hitting new high of day, start scaling out. Now, every once in a while, you go to past chart history and there's something it may run into. Maybe even early in the day, if there's like this, it was really high up and then fell off and now it's coming back up again. There may be something over up and to the left to determine. A lot of it's going to usually probably, because these go up and away, it's going to be your 1 year, 1 day chart. So go to your 1 year, 1 day chart, try to find some areas you're going to run into as resistance and scale into that. Your first scale out zone though, and first target always is when it creates new, you're at high of day. There's no point not to take target or take profit. You're at new high of day as soon as it starts flying up and is now a green candle. Freaking take some profit off the table. So stop loss is always set and it's just underneath, usually compared to where, my target. So say my target at this point, because we don't know, until it opens up would have been around 10.5, right? So 10.5 is 10.60, whatever that is. Then we definitely know that definitely anything under this lower shadow, just trying to keep it as close as we can to a 2-to-1 ratio, you better be getting out. That's gonna kill your 2-to-1 ratio, and you're gonna have a lot, like a lot of traders have. Well, I've got the 200 to win, the 300 to win, the 200 to win, the 300 to win, but then I've got this $1,500 loss, and then I'll get this 200 or 200, but this $2,000, almost said 200,000, but that'd be a massive loss. Then I got this $2,000 loss, but that's what stops that is figuring out that stop loss and actually sticking to it. Otherwise, then boom, now another one of those. Well, $1,500 loss just down the drain just like that because I didn't stick to my stop loss. So again, let's get into a couple more of these. Here we go. So, and what we're looking to do, so that's the halt strategy. So halt strategy, I think we all get that. Watch for the halt up price. Look for an open, gap up, quick dip right down to where it halted up at. That's why we put those limit orders in to get filled. Or if you want to market order in and say, oh, here it comes, just get in. Take whatever you want to get. I wasn't ever getting the best of fills, and so I started seeing this so often and then came up with a halt strategy. So that's why I put my limit orders in. Now, if it's just a crazy kind of move and it's just moving up, like LTRPB, Curative was moving up, sometimes wins, or of course we're gonna have multiple movers that do this, and they don't really give you the halt strategy. Every once in a while you may get one out of it, but for the most part it's like it just gaps and goes. And so it's kind of the same process of when I was telling you when to take profit, and say right here, let's say if this was your entry, it comes down, and this was your entry right here at 10.15 where you put your limit order in, you get filled, it comes flying up. As soon as we get above the open, the open is this line right there. That's open to that candle, right? And as soon as we're above that and creating a new high of day, and it's a green candle, we're taking profit. It's the same thing for entries on crazy fun movers like WINS, LTRPB. You get in, if you can, before the third halt up. Sometimes you can still do fine after that. It goes about to 5 halt ups usually on these crazy movers. You get about 5 in the end, I've noticed, because of course there's so much room to run. Oh, when they do run, you don't really know that at first. After 3, everyone's going, oh, this is risky biscuits, right? So what you do is say, we'll just, for instance, out of nowhere, we'll take this one. So we're definitely 1, maybe 2, if not even probably 3 halts in. This is the 4th halt, by the way. So we're probably the 4th halt in. If not, we're 3 plus is the point. And so what we do, as soon as this opens up and immediately turns green and flies into I'm in. That's where I'm getting in at. Where I actually played WINS, and it's so funny, was this candle right here. And so I didn't see any of this move. I was like, no, because this happened all of a sudden again on this one, out of nowhere. I think I'll say Wednesday. It may have been a Wednesday. But this middle of the week, I think it was. But in June, out of nowhere, here comes WINS now, flying up this day. And so I caught it late and going, oh, if this gets over 50, because I saw so much of this. And like I tell you guys, this happened so much. Just going back to watching charting and what I've seen, I knew that if this got over $50, where's 50 at? Right here. Yeah, if this got over 50, 75's target. It will hit 75, I promise you, on the dot. So I jumped in over 50. Again, what we're doing, FOMO sizing. Get in with Momo with FOMO size. Get in with FOMO sizing team. FOMO. Fear of missing out, because I am now. This stock's gone from here goes another one. Here goes another one. I got to get in some of this. I got kind of like Siga on Friday when I jumped in on that trade. If you watch me my live trading on Friday, had to jump in real quick. How often I ever trade on Friday after, and then especially Friday afternoon? That rarely, and I mean rarely happens. But FOMO even bit me on Friday with Siga dumping off, and guys still caught a good 50, almost 50 cents short. So same thing here. I'm not looking to get the whole piece of the pie. I know if I get over 50, this is gonna be a magnet to 75. I actually end up making over $1,000 on this on 100 shares team. I got in over the $50 mark, whoop, right into a halt up. Opened up, flew even more into another halt up. Whoop, into this was another halt up. Like it just kept going. And as soon as this opened up, and I told everyone, I said, I'm not even waiting for 75. I mean, again, would have been a $2,000 trade, but I was like, as soon as this opens up from this halt up, so many green candles. This is a 1 minute time frame. There was not a red candle to start the day, team. We're an hour plus in with halts up to $65 from 20 with not a red candle. So I sold. As soon as this opened up, I sold. Like, it was like just over a $1,000 win. I got in. As soon as this, again, here's where I got in on this trade. This opened up from a halt up, flew up. Now we're hesitating right here, hesitating. I said, if this flies over 50 and gets over 50, I'm getting in. And usually my thought process is, opens up from a halt, say we halt up and we open up. It does all that fluctuation. As soon as we fly up above that candle, and so this is that fluctuation candle. If we fly above it, 9 times out of 10, we're going to fly into another halt. And so that's what I'm looking for. Kind of like what I was telling you, where to take profit on the halt strategy, as in as soon as it gets to that where it opened up at, and now we're getting into a green candle and it's new high of day. Same thought process right here for entries. So you are now, as soon as you move above this candle right here, and we are now, because that was the thing too, we got above 50, I pulled the trigger. Boom, I was in. I think it was like 50-50 was my, that's how crazy and fast, and of course because the spread, that's my entry was 50-50 or something. It was mid to high 50s. I didn't get in, that great, but still, that's the point. That's fine. You just went in for the piece of the pie, but it's always over high. I mean, you could have got in on this candle, the same thought process, right? So we open up, this is a halt up, we open up, and as soon as we start flying up, that's your just like Deck the other day where he's kind of was trying to trade NVIDIA with momentum. That is your main goal right here with these type of trades right here, team. You are getting in with momentum for the next move up to the next level up. They will just fly to that area. And that's why I say go in with FOMO sizing, because it is a lot sketchier of a trade. You're purely trying to ride momentum, MOMO, to the next leg up. And that's what you purely get with these, right? And so here's kind of wins what I was talking about, and of course right to 75 it went. But right on down, we go to a halt down. This was halted down for 30 minutes on the dot. Comes live, and there's that kind of 50% retracement that I was talking about. So the main things you want to be looking for on any of these, which, okay, I'll get into these slower plays. So the first, halt strategy. I think we know what to do in the halt strategy. Halt up, looking for a gap up, get in where it halted up at for a bounce play. Pure momentum. You just got to get in. This thing's just continuing to move. It's not pulling back at all. It's just flying. As soon as you open and close over a certain area, whichever your area you like as the resistance, or a pure area to move to the next level up, which we know here, and a lot of these tickers we even saw just last week with HKD, if it gets over 50, team, and we're in this kind of environment, and most of these tickers anyway, when they get over 50, 75 is 65 for sure is going to happen, and so that's a $15 move. 75 is right after that, and so 15 to 25, that's a lot. That's some big money. And even with the 100 shares, I have banked over $1,000 5 times with just 100 shares. That just shows you the validity. Maybe it was only 4, but in 2020, because of these type movers, with just 100 shares banking $1,000, which means they have to move $10, which is crazy. And all that is trying to get a halt strategy. So if it gaps up, I'm waiting for this to pull back and hit that right on the dot where it halted up at for a bounce play and move back up to new high of day and probably another halt up as we've seen. Just happened to cure tip. Or if I don't get on that because I didn't get that bounce play, right? Because sometimes we get the small pullback, but I don't get filled. As soon as we make a new high of day and this candle becomes green and we're moving a new candle up, that is your indicator to get in. You're now moving up to the next leg up. There was no pullback. You're not going to get it. It's now flying, baby. You better get in. Get in or it's leaving you. Now we've seen these before. Pre-market supernovas that fade. Find bounces on the way down. So you can definitely find bounce plays on the way down. Look at this. Beautiful sandwich here. And a lot of people, it's below the VWAP, and that's fine. You can find bounce plays super low. Just wait for them to come down to you. Wait for the madness and the craziness. When a lot of traders don't want to trade that. Excuse me. Don't like the madness and the woo, 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 woo. That's fine. Wait for all that to settle out. Halt up. Halt up again. I think it did right there. Maybe. But I know it halted up right there. Then it halted down. Just wait for your trade. Look at this perfect area. Sandwich area. Boom, boom. Wait for a trade. $1 plus move. $1 plus move. Right at $1 at least. So there are plays that you can have. You don't have to be in all the madness. You don't have to attack this. You don't even have to do halt strategy. You can just sit back and wait for certain plays like that to come to you, right? Or these slow and steady matriculators. All you do is go old resistance equals new support. It's kind of what we're doing day in, day out. And then flag breaks. When you get into this, now again, these are kind of the mini supernovas. Of course, there's just the supernovas that just go HKD and the LTRPBs of the world. Then we have these that are still move up, as you can tell, from 2 to 15. I mean, 4 or 5, however many percent, a lot of percent, 300% at least, plus. these are what you're looking for. These downtrend breaks and the wedges, which I want to get really big into inversing my charts, because it's going to look like trend line cracks, right? And that's why I'm going to gonna love these. We've seen so many of these recently where, you flip this upside down, it looks just like my trend line crack, and that's what we're looking for. J-Trades, plays these downtrend breaks all the time. I don't do it as often. I alert them all the time. I just don't trade them, and I want to, but this is what you're waiting for. Don't try to get in here at the bottom of the flag and get a little dip or whatever. Just wait for the flag to break and get in on the squeeze, because look how much volume comes in on these poles. It's crazy, my friends. Of course, you got your trend line bounces, but main thing, kind of what we've seen recently overall, would be, as you can tell, if I can get out of this, there we go, back on up here. Of course, there's J-Trades, those downtrend breaks. The Supernovas, as of recently, of course, we all know being patient. The main thing, how to trade these main Supernovas team, you're either getting in with momentum over the creation of new high of day, right? So it didn't come down to my dip buy, it's just flying up. So as soon as this turns green and it's flying, it's now fully green candle, moving a new high of day. You got to get in for the next leg up. Some are going to be just like this, where just shoot straight up and leave you behind. Some will give you that chance to pull back and they don't quite hit you, and then as soon as you turn green, that's your chance to get in. The main thing, though, what I love the most, especially in this type of the season, and it just happened on CureTip almost perfectly. I say perfectly because it was about, 2, 3, 4 cents away, are these right here. The Halt strategy team, A1A, beautiful Halt. So beautiful Halt strategy. Beautiful strategy to use, especially when it's hotter. Now, right now is not the best of times. Overall, recently, yes, we have had that. You talk about from a standpoint for this year, we have rarely used the Halt strategy because of that. It seems like 2020, 2021, I don't know how many times I get AK, Halt strategy, this Halt strategy, this AK, I'm like, don't get that anymore. We're going to get back to that, I'm sure, over time. It's cool to see that over the past week and a half, so that's why I want to get into that, what we're looking for plays. CureTip, we're just going to left, right game now. What's up, Living Like Matt? You got it. Always learn so much here. Ascension, there you go, baby boys and girls. Whew. Living Like Matt, how we doing, baby boy, though? Trying to show them how to trade these, since we've had these recently, how to trade these Supernovas if they do want to trade them, what to be looking for. Like Rev, here we go. Jeez. We don't get a break from these today overall. Recently, I love this. This kind of reminds me a little bit of 2020, 2021. And this, as you can tell, so anyone that has went over the lesson that I just went over, this is not in that same boat. This isn't a halting type play. This is just continuation. So what's this in? Kind of more like wins. The second stock I showed you, where you just get in with continuation. So opens, it closes right here. So we close. As soon as this opens, runs a new high of day, that's your chance to get in green candle for the move up. Same with this candle right now, the one we're in. We get over 6, this candle turns green, get in. It's going to be a spike to new high of day, I promise you. NVDA bounce at 182.25. NVDA bounce at 182.25. I think it's going to be a bounce at 182.60. LCS probably 182.60. What if I was like, I don't think I'd have any of you guys around, but that'd be terrible if there was a trader out there. That's the kind of alerts they gave. Like, it would be like, no, it's probably at 182.60. That's probably where the bounce is. Like, well, yeah, we're looking at it, you asshole. I like the area it's at now. It's really hitting. If you want to see this real quickly, I'll kind of zoom out if I can, best I can. We'll forget it. So there's this area right here at 182.50ish, essentially. As you can see, old resistance, new support. Look when we scroll back over where that's at. Perfectly in line with that sandwich area at 182.45, 182.50. That is your bounce play, honestly. Not to be a jackass, but that is your bounce play as of right now. I like that area. Below that, LCS, I would say, I know it's a ways down, but this low of day is going to be great. The fact that it hasn't hit it in a while, 180.50, when that gets down to 180.50, that's the next best bounce play. Got it, baby? What? Ascension. So we got CureTip and LTRPB doing the halt up, halt down. Doesn't take but a sneeze of volume on it to get it to halt up or down. Careful trading these. We are now out of that whole rule of thumb that I just went over with you. That does not apply anymore. That rule of thumb applies to the first move up. Those first 2, 3, 4 halts. Again, if you get that crazy move, we'll probably get like 5 halts up in the end. Like a LTRPB, again, you move that much, you're probably going to get more than 3 halts up. Most tickers, after that third halt up, be super duper careful. You start getting the halt down, game it up and whatever, all rules out the window. Boom, forget about whatever I said. Toss it out the window. Those aren't going to apply anymore. We got Snakeskin Rainy going left and right out here trying to trade this. Like, Snakeskin, give it A break team. Matt, you back? You going live today, Matty boy? I was going to ask you that too if you're still over. I don't know if you are though. If you are listening, you're probably not going to be if you're already going live. But I don't know, just to hit the top of the hour. But yeah, I don't know if you're going live today, Matt. Let me know. I'll kind of jump off the mic here for too long. Nice to have you back. You know, we love you. You know, we miss our traders that we like to learn from, and so you stream live, and people just love that stuff. Any last questions, though, team? Any comments? Any kind of concerns? Let me know right now. I will go ahead and put today's link out again, so anyone needs it, I will have it. Thank you for coming on over today, but here's today's YouTube link. Copy. We will paste it. Let me know, though, team, if you have any questions, comments, concerns right now. Matt did get a stream up. It's funny. I got an email. Hey, don't miss this stream. Your son is now going live. You got it, Fiaz. There's my website. Again, team, my website, if you need any extra help. I love you guys. Love helping you out. It's seriously a thrill, the fact that I get to do what I get to do, and then now talk to you guys about stocks. You know, kind of like essentially if it was ESPN back in the day. I'm like, well, we got reporter Josh Smith here, and then, you know, like the reporters that are always in their house, and they got the cool background. And what do you think about the blippity blop, blippity blops? Well, that's what y'all are kind of get to do to me daily now about stock trading. So it really is an honor. And anything I ever go into, team, I'm diving in full-fledged, giving you my all, just so you know. And, of course, my YouTube and my Instagrammies. You got it, Fiaz. You got it. J-Dubs, what do we got here? AAWW? Is this really a ticker? What is this? Oh, okay. Wow. Wow, yeah. Oh, look at that big move there. Oh. There's my best Christopher Walken. How was that? It was probably pretty terrible. Wow, so let's see. Apollo led group and events talks to buy. Okay, talks to buy Atlas Air. Gotcha. So there is some decent PR on it. Nothing that it's actual true. It doesn't say this is it's a buyout done deal. So AAWW, I mean, that nice spike. I mean, big time nice spike. I would say it's going to run into some resistance right around that 88.15, 88.20 mark. You're probably another 30, 40 cents or so here. Traders are going to start taking some profit out, imagine, off the table. Looking for a good short overall on this at about $90-ish. Possibly a move to 95 after 90, though. Yeah, you got a little move there, huh? Very terrible. It's kind of like that, you know, but that's not even close. Curative team, top stock to watch moving forward for the rest of the day with LTRPB. As far as fun, crazy little movers, then you've got Rev to keep your eye on as well. Other penny stock movers to keep your eye on would be, in my opinion, MDIA was a really good one moving so far today. Nice uptrend movement, and boy, oh boy, oh. That came out of nowhere, team. Excuse me. I am so sorry. And that's why I even had to look at the light. I was like, I'm not holding that one in. Matt came over and gave me his little sneeze. Yeah, right? I need a little more cowbell. You know what I'm saying? Love some Christopher Walken at J-Trades. I'd say MDIA is going to be your best technically sound penny mover for the rest of the day. You're going to have movement, it does seem like, now into the afternoon with CureTib, QRTEB. LTRPB is halted up again, so we'll see if that... It's going to me, now that CureTib is moving back up to high of day, I don't think LTRPB moves up to high of day, but I think it will move up some more and halt up some more again, honestly, in the end. So keep your eye on LTRPB moving forward for the rest of the day. I think we all can see the top resistance on QRTB is settling in right now. If this does get over 14, QRTB will have a lot of room to run. I really don't see any kind of resistance on this over this 1375 mark, 1380 mark to about 15, as in it could run to 15. You know, it could jump $1 easily here. Sure, running through some different All right, team. Any last questions? Any concerns? Anything you got? Let me know right now. Otherwise, I am done for the day. Matt is going live today, so you will have Matt. We'll see if Deck's going to be around. Deck said he was going to go live. He may not now because of Matt going live. So Matt and Deck will be around. I'll be around for the kind of in and out of chat the rest of the afternoon, getting some stuff done. Nothing else really for the most part for me, though, and to do. So I'm just making sure you guys are good. Sam Steen, we got hey. I almost said hey, but it looks like it. Thoughts on Siga for the rest of the day? H. Hey. Oh, wow. I was putting your name in chat. Wow. Didn't mean not to do that there. I went over this earlier for, I think it was Masilla. I just see a lot of sideways movement. There's revenue high of day right here, team revenue high of day. I just see a lot of movement to the side. There's that, bounce off. That's why I tell a lot of traders, watch for, a low of day creation. When you move off of it, always watch for a bounce off of it. I told traders too, literally in short in this a little bit ago. Do you remember that alert team? I said, hey, locks them up for Uncle AK or whatever exactly I said at 1680. 1680 is dip buy bounce zone on Siga. And I just see that for the rest of the day. I don't see a lot of movement. Maybe another chance to move back up to 17.6. You would think, though, if we did it that time, I think finally we may actually break it and go try to get a push to 18. That is it, though. 17.6, maybe a pop to 18. Do we finally stay below 17 and crack below the 16.8, 16.75 shelf that's being built in? I see just not a lot of movement and more sideways movement. I did call the short. I said, why? Because I put the lines in earlier. Great short to be had. And just said, watch for kind of really slow movement for the rest of the day. You got it, Lobar. Lobar, J-Trade, Sam Sneed. Hey. I almost said, hey. Kind of like it, though. Hey. Well, also, too, because my Avery's niece is Haleen, so I call her Hey. J-Trades, BC Man, Fias, Hey. Low bar, not that you know that you may be a dude, and you're like, dude, don't call me Hey. I mean, it's got to go either way. It's kind of like Tay-Tay back in the day. It was the guy, football. I always, of course, when you're younger, you don't really see too many names going both ways. What would that be called? Not bilingual, but whatever names go both ways. Like Avery, like my wife, Avery. But a guy on our football team was named Taylor, but everyone called him Tay-Tay. But there's a lot of girls out there that go, like Taylor Swift probably goes by Tay or Tay-Tay. Let's see here. Sam Sneed. Awesome. BC Man, do you have any lessons available today? I do not have anything. I do tomorrow. Right after I got done. As if, man, I'm telling you, sometimes my past tense, it rolls a little too much. But anyway, I'm not there yet, or I should say future tense. But I do have one tomorrow, though. So if you want to have, I do have one tomorrow, though, boss. So tomorrow I do have one right after I get done going live. So if you want to do one tomorrow after I get done going live, I do have one tomorrow. And no, that's not tomorrow. Wednesday. I have one. That's it. I was like, I thought it was. I had to go to my calendar. Sorry. It's Wednesday. So Wednesday's wide open, boss. So Wednesday I do, BC Man. Wednesday I do, boss. Swole Granny. No, man, thank you guys. Love you guys coming over here. Let's see, dang it, and now you got me. J-Trades, I'm a pretty bad influence, I know. Now everyone's going to be walking around doing Christopher Walken the rest of the day. Oh, what'd I tell you, team? Look at Curative. I told you, over 14, it's gonna just run to freaking 15 here. Curative, there we go. This thing can move dollars in a hurry, but I had a feeling if this got over 14, that 1365 mark, there was nothing to 15. New high of day, right at 15 on the dot. 1520, new high of day. Hey. Last name is Hey, so a lot of them are, oh, that's crazy. So a lot of that, yeah, it makes sense. All right, hey. Well, there you go. See? It's this intuition over here, man. It's crazy. Hey. BC Man, J-Trade, Swole Granny, thank you all for coming on over here. Low Bar, Sam Sneed, Fayez, LCS, Prince. Forgot Prince popped on over here like a hand. I got the two twins in chat. We got Prince and J-Trades, Ascension, Soph, Sean Whirly Bully with the Man Bun 47 coming on over. Love Chip, Ahmed. Thank you all for coming over. Miss Boss, Blue Merle, Super Buddy, all my ladies in chat. Where my ladies at? Person coming on over. A377. Gotta love that because I love some 77. Ahmed, thank you guys. Seriously, thank you guys so much. Melissa, that's right. Melissa, who's my other new girl that I've had a lot recently. I was like, hey, when you going live? You asked for me going live. You know I should remember your name. Miss Pikes Pete. Y'all have a good rest of your day. Yeah, exactly. That's you. Y'all two right there. I remember that show. J-Trades. I remember that. Was it on VH1? Was that show on VH1 or MTV? I think it was VH1. Oh, and then it's in the top right-hand corner. It was VH1. In top right-hand corner. My wife watched that show. I actually kind of liked that twin show, too. It was kind of interesting. They only did one season of it, though. Pretty sure. What is a good watch? All right, so the watch list for the rest of the day. I'll do this. Curative. LTRPB. We'll go LTRPB. H-Guy. I got to put HKD on there as well. HKD. Top stocks to watch for crazy volatile movement. We'll go with Rev. What was the other? MDIA. Siga's not so bad. What else was moving today, team? For movers that aren't moving so crazy. MGAM, don't even look at MGAM. That was a good freaking short today. I wish I would have got a hold of that. No, a little too slow, but keep Notato on watch if you do like Notato. BTTX is a little slow and steady mover. I'll give BTTX a little slow and steady mover. BTTX. We got QRTK. What's QRT? Is that a new or IPO play? Another Q play? QRTK? Missing this one. You're missing a letter. Which one? What QRTK? Which I'm seeing it, but it's not going in there, Melissa. What is it? Which ticker are you're tricking me? You're making me seem like a fool over here in front of everybody. I think that's really about it. Boy, that AAW was... Oh, see, there we go. There's a good short opportunity. I know that was one that was brought up, that AAW. Those would be the main ones I'm going to be looking at right there. Right here. So here's the remains for slower, technically sound plays. Copy. All right. OTRK. Oh, OTRK. Ortic. Yeah, it's just died off. It's okay. I just think it's died off too much since I've gone live. I was hoping for more. If you just look like, say, do what I do, and well, I'll do it for you. And it's kind of hard for me to do this, but just say do this. This part of the day, okay, all right. Versus, oh, come on, this part of it, since I've gone live, since this part of the day, okay, okay. You know, it's like, all right, okay, dang, that's looking like a juicy steak. What the hell? What is this? Where'd my steak go? So that, you see what I'm saying. I always kind of do that, you know, where we were versus where we are now and where we are. Now, again, if we get back under 115, watch for a short down to maybe $1. You get back over this 130, 35 mark, maybe watch for a squeeze to 140, possibly to 150, 55. Again, if you want a little slower mover, look for a short at around the 135-ish area, 135 up to the 140 VWAP mark. First time back into that area for a while. It's a slower mover. Look for a short. Maybe go for the trend line crack as well for the short. Could be a good possibility there as well. I got the sun. I got the Sean. You're good. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. In person, you want QRTEV Curative. You want me to like alert it? Like, you know, essentially what you want. You want me to alert it? Is this what you want from me? Like as in give you what I see in it, what do I think of it. I would be careful with Curative. It's made its second move up, and usually when that happens, you're going to get pretty exhausted in the end. Same with LTRPB. Now finally live. Geez, that was halted up for, what was that, 20 minutes at finally. Now it's finally live and looking like it could go into a halt down. I bet both of these look like they're about to go into a halt down right now. Both of these look like they're about to go into a halt down. So just be careful trading them, person. If you're looking for a bounce play, try one more time here at the 990 area. If you're looking for a bounce play, this actually has something set up in its charting to show you, hey, I can bounce. There's really not a lot over on LTRPB to say, hey, you know, so Curative, since none of you even asked about it, I would go with the $10 to about $9, even if you go lower, put some orders in around $9.55 to $9.65 for the bounce. $9.65, $9.55 for the low end, $9.85 to $10 for the higher end. It's probably going to come flying right back down to that too, I bet. And you got it, Melissa. All right, team, anything else? Otherwise, thank you, person. Everyone else, no, you're welcome, boss. Anything else, though, team? Thank you so much for coming on over. I'll put the links out there again in case you need anything. See if Deck goes live today. Always be in his lobby and kind of have that up. I know Matt's going to go live, so go over to Matt, see what he's been up to. Go keep him entertained as well. I know he loves doing it, so the fact that he's doing it for you, go over there and show him some love and appreciation. We do this definitely for you, so the fact that, you know, 200 plus of you guys, even on a paid stream, come on over here every day, that means the world to me. I can't wait till the day I have 400, 500, 600, even 1,000. I don't care, though. 200 is just wow to me. Like, I don't care. I know that, 1,000, 2,000. Yeah, we'll get there. The fact that you guys come over, it, honestly, I love it. It means the world to me, and I try to give you my best effort day in, day out, 100%. You got it, Melissa, for sure. 100% Watch for my alerts for tomorrow morning, team. I will be alerting tomorrow. I don't actually have any sessions, so I'll be a little more free to alert to you guys nonstop tomorrow morning because I want to get some actual trades under my belt tomorrow morning to actually trade by myself. So I'm going to relax, try to get some more Thanos crossover in and stuff like that so I can get some more shorts under the more of those under my belt. The more I feel more secure in getting that lesson number 2 and out faster because I do want to get part 2 in for that Thanos crossover. Team, have a good rest of your day. Watch for my alerts in the morning. Probably look to go maybe live Thursday. No, I got a session Thursday morning, though. Maybe go live on, well, I'll definitely go live all day on Friday, or at least on Friday morning, but I'll keep you up to date. I want to start streaming live a little bit more so in the morning because I know you guys want to get my alerts, get some trades from me, see my thought process as I'm trading. So I'll definitely try to start streaming a little bit more so in the morning other than just doing lunch. Team, have a good rest of your day. I appreciate each and every one of you coming on over here. AK47, though, I am wrapping up commentary for lunch today. Melissa. Let's see. Oh, you mean, let's see here. Yes, yeah. So, Melissa. Yeah, so you'll see my alerts. I'll put them over here, too, sometimes, but I know most of you just have Dex Lobby up and don't want 2 lobbies up in stream. So, I put most of the alerts over in Dex Lobby, so watch for my alerts over in Dex Lobby tomorrow morning. And then, I will try to start streaming live more in the mornings to trade with you guys so you can actually watch me trade live. Team, have a good rest of your day. I appreciate each and every one of you coming on over here. Have a great rest of your day. Keep it food-filled and blessed. Last night, you'll see some stories later on my Instagram. It was steak-filled, baked potato-filled, shrimp-filled, stuffed cream cheese, bacon-wrapped, jalapeno-filled. Oh, tonight, cooking some wings. That's right. We're doing it big over here, baby. Have a great rest of your day. J-Trades, thank you. J-Dubs, Sweeney. Yeah, I know. It's crazy, Sweeney. Sometimes how these lunch streams fly on by. I love it. Super Buddy. Miss Boss, Blue Merle, Melissa, all my ladies out there, Geek Bomb, all my super handsome gents. Have a good rest of your day. Take care. Be safe. See you all back here tomorrow for some more commentary. Lost boys, lost girls, have a good one. Come on and yell real loud. You know you want to yell out and get my dogs going. They're all sleeping right now, by the way, so this actually will be a good time to do this. I did this all last week, it seemed like, and I never got the chance to because Queenie or someone kept coming in here. But here's a real true... of, hey, everyone's passed out, but when they hear a little of this, you know what? 'Cause it seems like, even if I say the word seabell, it's like they... You ready, though? All right, lost boys, lost girls, have a good rest of your day. I'll see you all back here tomorrow. Let's get it in 3, 2, 1. Bang! See you tomorrow, team.
To ask you a question, 'cause I know that you're an old-fashioned man. Yeah. Can I have your daughter for the rest of my life? Say yes, 'cause I need to know. You say I'll never get your blessing till the day I die. Tough luck, my friend, but the answer is no. Why you gotta be so rude? Don't you know I'm human too? Why you gotta be so rude? I'm gonna marry you anyway. Marry that girl. Marry you anyway. Marry that girl. Yeah, no matter what you say. Marry that girl. And we'll be a family. Why you gotta be so rude?
So yeah, so I was doing but yes, the Bangarang, if you've never seen it before, real quickly, or never heard it before, have you ever seen the movie Person, and that's why you always see that emoji, or the GIF that I add there, Neville. God, Neville. But if you ever seen the movie Hook, so I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Hook, but this is definitely from the movie Hook. I'm an old school movie, just a movie geek and buff. Bangarang, man. So those would be the Lost Boys. That's why I would say Lost Boys and Lost Girls. So if you're like, what does he mean, Lost Boys, Lost Girls? What the hell is he yelling Bangarang for? Go see Hook. It's a great movie. You'll love it. But that's why, and I always say Bangarang. Yeah, and especially Robin Williams, one of the best ever. Yeah, fake out. Yeah, Person, it's made 1990. It's got Hoffman in it. You've got Julia Roberts in it. You got Robin Williams in it. You got Rufio. Come on. And so, yeah, it's a great movie. 100%. You'll love it. It's obviously, it's Hook, but it's based on, yes, Captain Hook and, of course, Peter Pan, Tinkerbell, and that stuff. Yeah, it's definitely a great movie for sure. Old school stuff. Yes, you gotta go check that out, and then you'll know why. You're my Lost Boys and Lost Girls. You're my gang. We all fight together and on the same side. Have a good one, team. Back to the jams. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying, Super Buddy. Queenie, how big she's getting. Come here, Queenie. Queen Jean. Come here, Queenie Jean. Queenie Allegini. Queenie makes the best paninis. Queenie, say I make the best paninis. Queenie make her the best paninis. Yeah, that's what I do with my dog, just so you know, team. I'll see you all back here tomorrow. Have a good one, team.
I need to know. You say I'll never get your blessing till the day I die. Tough luck, my friend. Is the answer still no? Oh, why you gotta be so rude? Don't you know I'm human too? Oh, why you gotta be so rude? I'm gonna marry you anyway. Marry that girl. Marry you anyway. Marry that girl. Yeah, no matter what you say. Marry that girl. And we'll be a family. Oh, why you gotta be so rude? Think I can fly. Think I can fly.